Greetings, gamers, and welcome to October's community stream. Yes, that's what it's called, October's community stream. I'm your host, Vortex, and this week, or this month, y'all have decided that this episode is going to be pop culture builds. So that is what we're going to do today. And one of the first ones that stood out to me, I think was one of the first ones that was actually given to us as a suggestion for the icon to do, as well as the first one that I just knew that we wanted to jump onto, as the title suggests, is SHAZAM. And I do believe that was Soul Collective Guild that gave us that suggestion. I don't think they are there right now, but if they get here, I know they'll be very happy to see that. So that is what we're going to do. We've talked quite a bit about how we want to do this, but I think we're just going to have to wing quite a bit of this because we didn't want to decide too much ahead of the stream, right? Like we really wanted to make everything work for what we were going to do. And if we did too much before stream, I feel like then it would just be a presentation. So that's what we're here for. But yeah, so some quick updates though. Sorry for the late start, y'all. That was kind of, yeah, right as I think right before Kage got here, our power went out. It just shut out. And yeah, we were not sure what was going to go on. They said 12:30 and it was like, cool, got the text like, hey, don't worry, it's going to come on at 12:30. And then at like, I forget, it was like 12:10 or something. We were like, okay, it's like 10-15 minutes away. And they texted us like, okay, 8 p.m. Sorry. And then we were just like, okay, so that like the day was done. We thought we weren't going to stream. And then literally like 20 minutes later, power came back on. And it was just like, okay, let's wait this out. Make sure it wasn't just like a test. Because I've seen that before where they'll turn it on and then do some adjustments. But
I was still trying to figure out why it was just like here.
So a lot of times what will happen is if there's like tree service or someone's house needs service, like if someone gets a new circuit breaker, like let's say they need to install a new circuit breaker or there's tree service or something like that, a tree goes down onto a line. They told us it was an emergency. It was an unplanned emergency. So I don't really think it may have been like someone's scheduled maintenance or like, the circuit breaker thing. But, if a tree fell down, if someone was cutting, trees or whatever, if someone could have backed into a line. They did say it was kind of like an unplanned emergency service. So they had to shut down the area. But that could have also meant someone blew like a fuse out back, in their circuit breaker. And they just had to deal with that. Right. So there's a lot of different reasons because it was only literally like a few blocks. It wasn't like the whole half city or whatever, like an actual power outage. It was just an isolated section. So
I ain't seen that in a minute.
Don't know what that was, but we survived it and then we're back. So we only really lost, I think because my whole goal was to go live around 12 or 12:30 with our normal half-hour countdown. So realistically, we've only lost like an hour maybe of like actual time. So no big deal. We still have the whole afternoon. Might take a break for some food in like an hour or two, but other than that, I think we're good to go. Updates on the back room. If you guys are part of the Discord, there are some photos that I posted the other day. Painting begun this weekend, so we are very far along. We are almost done with the cave. I think I might be officially done tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure on that. I got really behind on a lot of other stuff this weekend because of that damn project. I've been working nonstop since Thursday night, and that's what ended up happening on Friday's stream. Is just I've been overworked and just got to the point to where that was not going to get done without a couple more hours put in that night. And between that and a couple other things that also needed to get done, I just wasn't prepped for stream. So I was just like, you know what? I just, in order to make this stream happen,
Fair enough.
Which is why the power outage was so much more worse, because for me it was just
So frustrating.
stressful enough to be like, I just need to get enough energy to put this stream out there, and I could just deal with not having Friday stream. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I hate canceling streams, but
Yeah.
it's just that it would have delayed me just because of how much little time I have during the week. The back room just would have kept on delaying me. But one more, like, it should be pretty much done. The base paint layer is down. I've put like 3 layers down now of the base layer, so that is going to be our undertone. And then I have a darker layers that I'm going to put on top. Not a full layer, but I'm going to just kind of coat certain sections, kind of give it like a little bit of a different look, a little bit of of a contrast. So
I took a look back there. I'm very excited to see the finished product. It's going to be baller.
Super excited for it to just
Very
be
much so.
done. I've been working on this project since July.
Bro, that's fire. I'm telling you.
Oh, I know, but it's just like I realized that it was like the first weekend of July is when I started, and I've been working on it except for last month. I've pretty much put time every weekend on it, and so I'm just like, I'm so done with it. I want it to be over.
I'm like,
I love it.
it's the final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't regret doing it. It cost a lot more than I expected. It did have a little bit more effort than I expected, which is fine. But granted, it was, maybe 4 times larger of a wall than the one used in where I found how to do this, like the project. And they were doing like a very tiny, like 3-foot section of a wall, and mine was like 20 feet. So, there was a big difference in the approach and how I needed to do it. But learned a lot. If I were to do it again, I would have probably done it in 2 months instead of like 4 months. Like
you think you just would be able to do it that much faster because of what you know now?
What I know now. I mean, obviously, because everything I was teaching myself in the moment.
So very much so.
Obviously, there's a bit of knowing what I know now. I would do it better, but I could just definitely see that there was a lot of areas that I took longer than I needed to. Like getting the things up on the wall and then covering them in the plaster layer was not nearly as much of a 2-stage process as I made it out to be. I could have knowing what I know now, I could have easily just put once the plaster molds were made, I could have easily put them on the wall and put a couple of them up, and then gone ahead, put a couple more up, and then once those dried, gone back, started covering them. And then by the time those would have covered, the ones I had just put down would dry, and then I can cover those and then start it all over again, right?
Got
so
you.
I could have cut several weekends off of the entire project.
Okay.
If I would have realized that I could have done multiple of these steps
at a time.
Overlapping. But again, you learn, right? It's all a process. I mean, the simple fact that I got
100%.
this far and it looks as good. I mean, obviously, I don't know the final product, how well it's going to look, but I'm very happy with how it looks. Not what I thought, but I think it definitely looks better than I anticipated.
Very, like, I am incredibly impressed with like just how it turned out. Again, I wasn't 100% sure what to expect, but like just taking a look at it now and like seeing it like live and in person, because like the pictures are really great, but when you see it in person, you can like look all around.
What's
and,
funny is I think the pictures actually do it way more justice than it deserves, in my opinion. Because when I look at it in pictures, it like, no joke, to me it looks way more realistic in pictures than it does in person.
Wild.
So it's, but then again, because I've been working on it for 3 months now, I see all of the imperfections.
I see
it from a different angle. But when I see the pictures and I just get, because again, you get one snapshot, you get one angle, so all you get is what you can see. And I look at them in the pictures that I posted, I'm just like, it does look really good. But then I walk in there and I'm just like,
what about that?
No, as long as I only have it in pictures. So
Wild.
We'll see. I think today, I got the final touches, because yesterday I did all of the rounds with the power sprayer. And then this morning I went in for several hours with just a paintbrush and touched up all of the roughness that anything that didn't look like a natural rock, kind of incorrect roughness, that looked like the plaster, or any of the areas that the plaster cloth still shone through. The texture of the plaster cloth. So hopefully we've gotten it. I would say I got at least 99% or 90%.
Right.
There might be here and there some spots that if you look closely, you're going to see it. But I'm hoping that with the darker layer, when I start to do little patches of that and do some spray on, because I think I want to do it very, very light, almost like stand back a little bit, and then just try to use the sprayer almost just to kind of like dust it.
Yeah,
And then I'll darken certain spots. And what I might do during that time is if I isolate areas that seem to have those textures that are almost non-stone like, that are almost like, that just make it look out of place, I might touch those up with the darker color more to try and
I feel
hide
that.
any shadows, because realistically, like when you see those patterns, which are what it is, the light and catching all of the the angles and everything. So if I can darken it all and make it just look like it's and if I can't flatten it, what I can at least do is make it disappear because the light won't show it off.
Yeah, I totally feel that.
So that's the hope. And if I can get that done, then I can finally clean up the back room, and then it just needs furniture. The bar is done, the tavern's done, except for the furniture. I have it planned on what I want. I just need to, go out and buy it.
Fair enough.
But other than that, also, after this stream, I will try to have. Probably won't be this week, but maybe by next week, what I'll do is I'll have the next poll for November's.
Oh, November stream. Yeah.
I'll have that poll out by next week, so before the 1st of November. So that way it'll be nicer to actually get the idea beforehand, and then we'll let you guys know a date as soon as we can for November, because I don't think we've chosen one yet.
Correct. Yeah.
And for December, we're not sure if we're going to be able to pull one off just yet. If we are, we're probably going to make it a little bit more expensive, just because y'all bought November's like 2 streams in, and we can't make December's that cheap. Man. Yeah, they can't make December's that cheap. Okay, so if we're going to put time in on December,
and I'm here for it.
We got to make it worth it. But we will do it if y'all pay for it. So look out for that next week for the November stream. Because I don't know. Yeah, we're just going to do the same thing. Poll all of the types of episodes that we think will be equipped to do, and then we'll do that one. I would absolutely love a critical cocktails episode for for that time of year.
That would be very cool.
Cold, so
I think that would be cool.
Some hot and cold drinks. So I mean, if I were to choose, I wouldn't mind. And I've also I really liked that one stream that we did where people were just throwing out cocktails. I really enjoyed that. But
that was very
be
cool.
Able to make some of them. So I would really like a critical cocktails episode either for November or even December. Because then we could do like a holiday thing.
I think December would be very cool.
That would be very cool. I really did enjoy doing Lore and Pour as well, where we dive into a topic. Like again, we could do a in-game holidays topic where we talk about how we would design or what we think about in-game holidays.
Interesting.
And then, do drinks along with that. There's a lot of interesting ideas that we have on there. We'll just see what else we're interested in, but I think I just want to really push to be in the tavern next. So I want an episode that has an excuse to go into the tavern.
Right.
Because realistically, an episode like this doesn't make any sense in the tavern, but just because I don't have multiple screens in there that are as easy. I only have the laptop. It's a lot more of a setup, so I'd much rather be able to
do all the things.
Yeah, being here and really doing that. But if we're just being creative, just talking, or I just have not a script, but bullet points to go over, that's a lot easier than having to build this thing from scratch.
That's very fair.
Speaking of which, I need to check something real quick. I need to verify that this was Soul Collectives. And I want to see if we should ping them if they're on Discord or if they're online. I think that I
do think I saw. Nope, not anymore. At least. I swear I saw them online interacting with the polls. Or was that
Take
Marty?
it easy, Hoylepa. We will see you next time you return. Let's see.
Boop, boop,
Yes.
boop, boop, boop.
Shazam was... Soul Collective. But they are not online. Shame. Well, if you want to ping them and let them know that their character was at least or it was their choice.
Okay.
That was selected. We can ping them in community chat. Just let them know that. Kind of like for how we do with homebrew.
Yeah.
Just let people know it's their idea that we're talking about.
Fair enough. I'm here for that.
All right. So it is just after 2 o'clock. So yeah, we're just about an hour behind, but we're only a half hour into stream. So less time in stream than we would have been, but also only about an hour behind in terms of
Fair enough.
setup. But I think we have everything ready. So what we're going to be doing today, I'll kind of go over that, let some other people trickle in if they're going to, because, no one ever shows up early. But what we're going to be doing today is we are going to be taking SHAZAM, and we are going to be figuring out how does SHAZAM, or how would SHAZAM exist in D&D as a playable character. Now, I want to make that distinction because with pop culture builds, I feel like there's a big distinction between making sure that we say that we're making playable characters, because it would be way too easy to take any pop culture reference, any pop culture icon for a DM and to just throw it into their realm, right? How easy would it be for me to take SHAZAM as is without change and pop that into my realm as an NPC you could interact with, who is just some lonely little kid that you run into, but when, shit hits the fan,
Kaboom.
they say a word and now they're suddenly this gargantuan barbarian looking dude who, fights like Superman. Like, you could easily have that. And you don't necessarily have to justify it outside of he has powers that gods gave him, right? You don't have to have a one-to-one agreement with rules as written if you make such a character, right? I mean, once you say it's, a god's involved, the rules don't apply as much. Now, again, all of his powers could still be represented by the effects of a spell, right? Like, he may have a cantrip that basically does call lightning. It may be a cantrip to him.
Okay.
As in he has the ability to innately do it.
Right.
You would say he can call lightning at will 5 times a day. Something like that, right? That's not outside of a DM's ability if he says,
Especially because just in general, like legendary actions, that's very much something for the DM, i.e. creatures, not so much playable characters.
Exactly, right? So I feel like with pop culture builds this series, at least this particular one, we should, stick with the idea behind that these are meant to be turned into playable characters, right? Turn into a character sheet that you could justifiably say during a campaign in D&D, this is the character that you were able to come to, right? That's what we're hoping for, is take this pop culture icon and throw it into D&D and make it represented in such a way that if you were to follow these steps, you would end up at this character. That's our goal. Because we might, maybe in the future, if people want to see the alternative, like what you were talking about, maybe we do a pop culture builds, but maybe that one's called like pop culture builds, for like DM use or something, or change the name of it.
Right.
But the idea being that we can do a different type of episode where we take a pop culture icon and then how would we balance it as a NPC that basically does exactly what it does, right? Like, then how would we justify that?
Right.
So that might be a different type of episode, but I think for the standard pop culture builds, the idea behind making this accessible to a player is the true goal, because I think that's what's going to be the most fun, right? Trying to translate, because we don't want a one-to-one. We don't want this to be an exact replica inside a D&D game. We want to know how would it be possible to achieve these abilities through the use of D&D. And if that does require us to bend the rules a little bit on some of these, like, let's say there's going to be a time, and I am assuming there will be, where we get one where we have to create our own class. Like, we have to make a actual, custom subclass to justify the character. That will be a unique experience, and I won't mind doing that. But that's not going to be our goal every time. The goal will be to just
fit it in what exists,
what already is there. Now, we can use subclasses, that already exist, but we're going to try to homebrew as little as possible and only do it when the bounds of D&D basically make us do it to follow the bill. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen this time. I really wouldn't want it to happen the very first time. We're going to hope our best.
We'll do what we can.
What's going on, Evil Marksman? Hear me out. Plasmid Soul Knife Rogue. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. You then got stabbed by a bucket of goo. Oh, interesting. Plasmoid Soul Knife. I am not familiar with Plasmoid Soul Knife.
So I know Soul Knife, but
I'm familiar with Soul Knife, but I guess Plasmoid just being like are you talking about the race? Are you talking about like an actual Plasmoid race rogue? Because that would be interesting. You are a Plasmoid type of race, so that's where the goo comes in, like the thing. But then you have the abilities of a soul knife. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, exactly. That's the race you would be. You would be a Plasmoid-esque race, or just a Plasmoid race. and then you would be a Soul Knife rogue.
Interesting.
Is a plasmoid race standard?
It's definitely not standard.
It's not standard in core rulebook, but I mean, is that something that you have to get out of like a homebrew, or is that in an actual supplement? I'm actually really curious about that, because I'm now curious, like, what would a plasmoid, because there's other references like in the Apprentice Adept series, where part of my realm's based off of, they have like a race that's amoeba, like they're human-sized amoeba that can take different forms, like they can take shape and be humanoid, but their actual base form is like a shapeless amoeba, right? So I'm really curious if that's kind of like the twist here, is they're basically, think of like a shapeshifter whose natural form is just a blob.
Interesting.
But if you have the ability to shapeshift into a humanoid shape, or another shape for that matter.
Have you heard of Astral Adventurer's Guide?
Yes.
That's a reference where there is a plasmoid race.
Interesting. Oh, it's in Spelljammer. Oh, that makes sense.
Yes. Okay. It was the Spelljammer
totally makes sense.
supplemental.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the info.
I love that.
That would be actually pretty cool to do some sort of build off of a plasmoid race. I'll have to look into that, because I don't know much about them. I haven't read Spelljammer in so long. Oh, you know what? Maybe, I don't know if it would be an officially a history of, but we should definitely do a Spelljammer episode of some sort.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe just a history of Spelljammer, because I mean, Spelljamming is still available in 5th edition, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like Spelljammer ships still exist. I just think that
I haven't heard a lot about them, like logistically, like seeing a stat block or anything like that. To
the
like,
thing is, I'm sure they operate a lot differently. I'm sure they're more spaceship oriented than they are realm, because the original idea was like a Spelljammer could not just go into space and off of a planet, but Spelljammers were used to go in between crystal spheres, right? So this is like Forgotten Realms concepts. So that's why I like them in High Point, because me based in Forgotten Realms makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But with 5th edition having gone away from crystal spheres, it must be, I would assume that Spelljamming is now reserved mainly for spaceflight.
That thing that the individual Dovd is talking to, the thing that's not considered a Spelljammer, is it?
Is it?
That's the.
Is it?
That's the question. That's the question.
You should ask him. I mean, well, would Dov know? I don't know if Dov
100% not.
We'd have to. Oh, wait a second.
Unless
I'd have to figure out if your dad does.
Oh, that's true.
Because if Dov's dad knows, then it would be in the journal.
I'm curious if anything from the books that guy gave me would indicate a thought process of what a Spelljammer would be, or something like that. Because they did talk about like space stuff.
You would know that in the alternate technical world, there is space travel, and that there are planets, and it's mentioned
heavenly bodies that you could travel between. It's
mentioned that in their scientific advancements, they're able to go to different planets, right? But you would also know that Phase doesn't have
anything like that,
an equivalent, as far as they know. Like there is no way to leave the the magical side. But that does bring into the question of, well, what does that mean for High Point? Because there is a known difference between Phase and High Point. So where does that
actually is a question that Dovd would ask, because he would at the very least just be curious about the ship and be like, is that how you got here from there? And
he would tell you yes, but the idea of whether or not you'd make the jump to Spelljammer, probably not, unless Dovd had known about that ability before.
Yeah, that's fair.
In the area that you're in, which is why Sid's ship is actually so important to Vixie's stories, because it's not very well known in terms of like this area. They're not common. They're not not everyone has them. So they typically tend to lie low, because if you also have one, you're also insanely rich. So you don't want to be a target, but you also don't want people to be scared to work with you. So usually if you have them in areas like this, you kind of just lay low, which is why there is one in the area. But I don't know if Dovd or your dad would have made that, like ever had that connection. I don't think your dad ever did, but you could easily make the connection that whether or not that's how he got here, and what does that mean for
And
where
maybe ask
phase
him
is.
a little bit of questions about it. But
So
okay.
you would be able to go that route. Some High Point Gaming on stream. Oh my gosh, the first time.
Wild.
Some
I love
actual
it.
live gaming there. Let's see what's going on. Evil. It might be. What might be better is a Plasmoid Rogue Monk multi-class for stealth and unarmored damage. You could go that way, but I'm thinking for like a blob type creature, I'd much, instead of like an unarmored damage, I'd much rather go for anything that supports and gives you advantage on grapple.
Okay.
Because the idea that you're not just being held, like, you know,
There's lots of feats you can take for that.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like something, you know, like a class that, because if you have you know, the ability to grapple someone, you had to usually put them in a hook. You know, you're limited to grabbing them in a way that they are also limited, like with their arms.
Right.
There are ways to get in and out of that. But if you're just like an amoeba that just gels and liquefies over someone and then just holds them in place, there could be definitely a argument for building out a like grappling class.
Because I would even say that doing something like that would require you to use your strength instead of your dexterity, because a lot of the times you can maneuver different ways dexterously to get out of like somebody just grabbing you, right?
Right.
But when you're in like you're just having to pull out, like it's like suctioning you in. Like I would think that has to be strength to be able to get out of something like that.
Plasmoids can fit through 1-inch gaps. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping for. Something like, you know, that's where my mind was going in terms of building a race like that. Is you'd want to be able to take full advantage of the ability to shape change, not necessarily maybe full control. You know, make body weapons and everything, but the idea to get through cracks and everything.
This reference does say they literally have advantage on grapple checks.
Oh, they're resistant to acid damage, which is nice. They can hold their breath for 1 hour, so you could sneak inside a person and then burst out of them. I don't know about all that. It depends on how big you are and how big they are, but that's interesting. Plasmoids are in Soul Jammer. Oh, interesting. I don't know about Soul Jammer.
Soul Jammer.
I knew about Spell Jammer, but not Soul Jammer.
Wild. Interesting.
And what reference were you talking about?
I was talking about the Spell Jammer Adventures in Space Astral Adventures Guide.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
they are, and you said, what is it reference? That they...
It's a plasmoid, and one of the ones is
grapple.
Amorphous says you can squeeze through a space as narrow as 1 inch, provided you're wearing and carrying nothing
right.
exceeds that. But it also says you have advantage on ability checks to make initiating and escaping grappling checks.
That's okay. So yeah, and escaping makes sense, right? You would just deform and then just kind of flow out. That's actually awesome.
Yeah.
So no, it's not Soul Jammer. Honestly, completely honest. Now I kind of want a book called Soul Jammer, though. That sounds
that does sound like a dope
imagine like a
reference.
crossover with like the Spell Jammer mechanics, but you use the Spell Jammer to go into like the underworld or different planes of existence, and like you go through like the night, like spell jamming through like the 9 hells. Now that's what Soul Jammer.
That would be kind of sick.
Or like
that
an
would be kind of
Underdark version of spell jamming, like the people from the Underdark. Like that's now I want a book called Soul Jammer. Damn it! I'm mad that there's not one. All right, well, happy to have you here, Evil. If you are interested, we have a Discord that we like to grab information from everybody. We have polls. You can submit homebrew, which we review on Mondays, or you can submit topics for us to talk about on Fridays, and we just have a whole community that you can join and talk to. So link is there. And then we're going to get started here in just a minute. I'm going to step out. I think food's here, so I'm just going to figure out what the situation is with that, and then we'll figure out when we're going to do food. And then when we get back, we can kind of start. We have 3 phases that we're going to do for this pop culture build. And then I don't know if you want to go over them or have me go over them when I get back. But yeah, just
I'll do an initial chit chat about it.
All right, you entertain the folks. I will be back, and I'm gonna.
So yes, I'm very excited. Vortex has done a really dope job of getting like a general idea for us about how we're gonna go over these builds. Now you guys can't see it, but there's a nice little whiteboard right next to me, and the biggest things that we're going to do is we're going to start by defining who it is that we're talking about. So we're starting today with SHAZAM. So we got to talk about, you know, what their powers are, what kind of creature they are, like all the different things that make up SHAZAM, right? And then after we do that, we are going to kind of create the foundation of what that thing is, right? So, race, background, most of the things other than your class and, whatever specific abilities that you're choosing. And then lastly, we're gonna actually build it. We're gonna put it together, and so it'll be pretty good. At that point is we're gonna figure out how he can do all the things that he can do. That's when we actually start talking about the class. That's when we actually start talking about your feats and where you're getting a lot of the things. Now, of course, there are some of those things involved in race, but I think that, we'll cover them as they come along. But I think it'll be a good foundational stepping point for us to go to actually decide how we're going to make that kind of stuff happen. But yeah, so it's gonna be very cool. It's gonna be very cool. I'm excited to see how that goes. But yeah. It's
Hello?
Very exciting. Yep. Ruh-roh.
Oh, my monitor turned off.
Oh, wild.
Always a bad thing.
Disrespectful.
All right. So yeah, so nothing to worry about. Food is cold and in the fridge for us.
Okay. Cool beans.
Your choice to have your drink or not.
Yes, indeed. Right.
I don't do anything. I don't do any kind of energy drinks anymore, y'all. But if I do have them, it's like the only thing I'll usually drink.
Those are energy drinks?
Herb mate is technically more of the natural energy drink.
I didn't know
Or
that.
It's one of
That's
it could be
wild.
like one ingredient in energy. But yeah, this is typically one of the more naturalistic ways. I'm not saying it's really
Right,
healthy,
like
but
good for you, but like
in terms of lack of side effects, lack of crash, it's not caffeine, it's not guarana.
not like jittery and all that craziness. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually found mate originally from God, do you remember that website? What was it, Tivana?
Oh yeah.
Like that really niche, nice tea stuff. They used to have the thing called My Morning Mate, and that was the first time I learned about it.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so just always liked it, and then I just finally found these guys, and these guys are just tasty. I rarely ever have energy drinks, but if I'm gonna go on a hike or anything,
Yeah.
having one of these is always kind of nice, just for a small little bump.
Okay. No, I feel that.
Oh wait, what do we get from Evil here? My quest, a group of lizardmen using hats of disguise to try to take over a small city's government. Disappear the city inhabitants and open a secret meat market in order to feed their dragon overlord. The PCs stumbles on the small city port, or on the small port city after a long and hard quest, and they seek rest in the city. All the while, the city residents are seemingly disappearing without much reason. Conspiracy theories arise, chaos ensues. That's not bad. So that reminds me, we were talking about a couple recently, just some really unique ideas. There was one about the Cursed Tavern, where imagine you go into a tavern and everything's great, it's lively, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves, you can talk to the bartender, blah blah blah. But if you eat or drink anything there, you would essentially become cursed and you can't leave. And the only way to leave would be to or no, it wasn't that you would it wasn't eating or drinking there. I forget what we said. There was a different type of trigger. I think if you just basically did something wrong or couldn't pay or something.
Wasn't it like you stayed the night there and then you woke up and it was in a completely different location or something like that? Because it moves around.
I don't think, maybe we didn't even talk about why people were there. I think it was just the plot point of, imagine you see a tavern and it's only one of those things you don't see very often. It appears for a couple days and then it disappears.
Yeah.
But if you ever go into it, it seems lively, but the idea behind it is that everybody there is cursed, and the only way for them to leave is for someone to go there, dispel curse on them, and then leave with them. They have to leave with
interesting.
And I think that was the idea that we just initially had, is just more as a plot point of if you try to do that, the bartender would stop you, and that would be the boss battle.
Oh,
and
yeah.
if you lose that, you would become another patron. And I don't think we ever decided why the first person got trapped there.
How it initially started.
But the idea was it starts with just someone in a pocket dimension, just I want to steal people. So they open up, a tavern, but there's just one weird thing that will get you trapped there.
it's one of those things where it's almost like you're making a deal, but like they have to like agree to the deal or something like that. You have to like trick them into like,
or it's like maybe there's only a time limit, like if they're only there for a week, so it's like you could stay as long as you want until we close. It's like we're only, like, you know what I mean, and then if you stay there too long, then you're trapped. We had, there was that one, there was what you were talking about taking over. Oh, we were talking about another idea. This one would be really interesting in terms of if you're a creative DM, in terms of slipping in details and information slyly. Make an entire town one gender and see how long it takes the party to notice.
Oh, interesting.
So you would just slip in like, okay, you pass the town guards, they let you through. But you wouldn't see them because they're in like full plate armor with helmets, right?
Sure.
But then eventually you'd go to, the market, and you'd be helped, by a man or a woman, whichever side, or like a some sort of identifier. But then everybody you would eventually speak to would also have that, but you'd have to slip it in very slyly until someone has to ask the question, like, wait a second, like, are there any men in this town? Like, we've been everywhere and you've
only ever said her, she,
yes.
All of these,
and just like catch on to like why that could be, right? Little things like that.
I do really like that.
Little fun ways to get people enticed or interested. I like the idea of taking it over. Just like being in disguise. The doppelganger was the other one we came up with. Is imagine like having a town that was overrun by doppelgangers, or just like a handful. Imagine like kind of like you're doing with the lizards, but imagine it's like a dozen or half a dozen doppelgangers come in and annihilate a town. But in order to keep up appearances, it's just like a handful of them just constantly running around,
changing. So
if you arrive, they'll greet you at the gate and then they'll try to run away and then like become like the barkeep. So it's the same doppelganger every time, but they just change form until like you leave town.
That's so wild.
What's going on? So if you make a deal with the devil, learn more about the contracts. I'm always very deeply interested in making, like, when you do contracts like with like warlocks, I think there's a loss opportunity there to create a much bigger character plot point. Like when someone chooses to be a warlock, why not actually have a pact? Why not? Why is it just that's how I get?
I'm just a warlock.
Why not it be like, okay, what type of person would you like? What is your ultimate goal? Like what? Like, you know what I mean? I would really like it to have more of an impact than that's just a choice. I want to know.
I very much agree with that. I think that would be an awesome piece to add. Like, what is your actual freaking pact?
Yeah. Death by Snoo. If they're all half giants or Goliath Amazons, absolutely. Wild. Yes. And a false Hydra, Lucifer with a clutch idea. False Hydras are a lot of fun. The problem is the biggest difficulty is continuity after the initial shock moment. Like, I think everybody thinks like the majority of people think of the false Hydra is like the moment that you have to first explain someone never existed. Like, I think for the players, that's the first like shock moment. Like, what do you mean? And then they all realize out of game what's going on.
Yeah.
And then the hardest part after that, because that's I think what everyone thinks of as like the big turning point, but it's what happens after that that's the hardest for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, including the DM, right? Thinking about the idea that you have to retcon everybody's knowledge and everybody has to play that way is like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not only a challenge, but after a while, especially if the false Hydra is like the main plot point, and if it's not like a side thing, it kind of also loses a little bit of its thunder after a while. Because like after the second or third person, your characters are still having to play like nothing's happening.
Right.
So it's kind of one of those, the players are like, wow, we're losing everybody, but we don't remember. You know what I mean? It is one of those unique situations where it's a cool concept, but the continuity after the fact makes it difficult, and some people have a hard time playing it, both on the player and the DM side. So I've always wanted to play one, but I'm hesitant to, because
Yeah, it can
what
be.
do you like how do you really keep that consistency, right? How do you keep on with the idea that you are erasing what is?
Right.
Oh, we have a hydrate and a posture check. Thank you.
Oh, please. Hydration.
Oh, hive minds taking over villages. That's always a popular idea too. I really like. I've done that one several times.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've run into one of them.
Did I know about it?
Y'all were really suspect of it. Alo and Safia were very suspect of it.
Oh, Alo and Safia. I was thinking of Dav.
Oh yeah, no. Alo and Safia were definitely very suspect of an individual who is kind of sort of, I mean, not exactly a hive mind, but part of a hive mind.
Interesting.
You're getting to know things.
Love learning.
What is happening? Why? No, come back. Okay. I need to make sure hydrate, posture check are complete.
Yes. My posture is improving.
All right, so I think you went over kind of what we're going to be doing, the 3 stages.
Yes.
All right, so that's,
yes, I did my utmost.
So we're going to start with our define phase, the define the who. What are we talking about? What exactly is it that we're going to be building into D&D? The creation phase of actually creating the foundations and the base layer, and then of course the building, getting up to whatever level they are going to be and then beyond. So that's one of the unique things that we're going to do that I think is going to really set us apart, because it's not always going to happen this way. But one thing I really want to try to approach this with, and I don't know if you already talked about this part, but during the creation phase, like the definition in the creation phase, is a piece that I think we're going to do that no one else has done before in terms of making a pop culture icon into D&D, is we're going to figure out and establish the pop culture icon's current D&D equivalent level. And the biggest difference there is, instead of just assuming that the icon that we're taking is max level, instead of just assuming that we're going to take the character and say they are guaranteed already level 20 and then building from the ground up to the character, what we're going to try to do is, based on what they can do and based on what we know can happen in D&D, we're going to establish a base level of the character. And what that's going to do for us is, when we get into the build phase, we're going to have to figure out between level 1 and that level. So if we decide that someone's only level 12, comparison in D&D terms, we want to do level 1 to 12 to figure out how it makes sense in D&D to get up to the pop culture icon's abilities. But then we're going to have the challenge of figuring out and extrapolating what they could and would get in the terms of D&D if they continued.
Yes.
So that's going to be a little bit of a unique one. I don't know which characters will end up doing that, but that's what I think is going to be a little bit different for us, is if the character isn't justifiably a level 20, we're not going to put them at level 20. But that is going to mean that we're going to have to establish them up to the level that they represent, and then figure out what would a higher level version of that character be. Because, even if you think about in like DC Comics or even Marvel Comics, right? Like X-Men. Mm-hmm. There are different power levels of X-Men. There are some X-Men who have very minimal abilities.
Yes.
You think of, like, even on the X-Men, you think of someone like Jubilee is probably barely a level 5. Like she's barely level 5, like illusionist mage.
Okay.
Whereas you think of like Jean Grey is probably much more around like a level 15. With what she can do in terms of her telepathy and everything else like that.
Yes.
So different X-Men, even on the same team, are obviously drastically different, not just in usability, but just in general, what they can do. Now, if you relate that to D&D, the better you get, the more you can do, right?
I'm curious, because Wolverine's had so much experience, if he's just been a level 20 for a really long time, or if he's...
For D&D terms, he's been around a long time. He's probably an immortal. He's probably not level 20 anymore. In my opinion, the simple fact that he basically can't die and can't be broken except for like 1 or 2 entities in the entire universe that basically means he's an immortal. Like, he's the equivalent of someone who made it to level 20 and then went one step higher and just ascended. He's still playing.
He's
on
not like a
mortal
god,
level.
but
I mean, you can even call him a level 30, like at that point. Like, he's gone past the standard level 20, but at the same time, his abilities are roughly around the level 20 stage. Outside of the healing and not dying, right? Outside of the massive HP, he has really good smell, amazing memory, and a really good fighting style.
that's
You could give his magic. I mean, you could technically give his claws that are retractable, which is probably like a feat or a class, a racial ability. But then you would have to judge like they're probably magical because they're animanium, so they probably do magical damage. But again,
at least for
beyond
the
that,
terms of overcoming resistances to
so it's like beyond that, he has a good couple feats, and we know that he can jump high, so he probably has the jump feat. So it's like if you think about the things that he has learned to be able to do and the things that he can do naturally, he's probably a good solid 20 as a boring fighter.
I mean, lightweight
Or a monk. Actually, make him just a basic lightweight. Honestly, he would be a level 20 monk if you really look at how many feats he has and what he. I mean, think about that. Like one of his most famous moves, especially in video games, is his barrage attack, which is just what is it? Fury of blows.
Yeah.
With claws, with natural weapons, you have Fury of So he's probably just lightweight a monk. That he wouldn't be a druid. He has no real connection to anything there. So I would say, and he's a hermit. He doesn't really like a whole lot of people. He can work on a team, but he kind of goes solo. He prefers not to fight. In most iterations of him, while he's a hothead, he prefers not to fight. So you could even make him a monk barbarian multi-class. Put him like 15 levels in monk, 5 levels in barbarian, just enough to have like second win, the rage. It would make sense that he doesn't want to fight, but will flip his switch. That is very Wolverine-like.
Yes, very much so.
So that's kind of what we're talking about, right? Is when you define the level, then you have to figure out how to get there. So that's a nice little snapshot of what we could do eventually in the future. A lesser god, you could, I guess he could be considered a lesser god. The thing is, for like a D&D thing though, immortals at least have some level of power, but lesser gods actually have like reality manipulation, like like power level. An immortal can do things for other people. An immortal can be, immortals usually exist on the mortal plane doing stuff, right? They don't usually have anywhere else to exist. Like they can go other places, but they don't belong there, right? They're just on that edge of not really requiring a physical body, right? And that's kind of what I feel like he is. But a lesser god, at least in my interpretation for D&D, means that you are now an entity and formless. Like that's being an immortal. Even if your body's destroyed, your immortal entity will still live on. But being a actual lesser god is, in my opinion, where you truly detach from physicalness and you are now in just existence.
Right.
And physical form is a choice. Because Wolverine doesn't really have a choice. He's in that physical form, right? He's almost bound to it. Right? But the form always regenerates, no matter what. So.
Okay.
But again, depends on how you look at all of that stuff. All right. But anyway, I guess we shall get on to the define phase. I guess we'll start with today's episode.
Let's do it.
I don't know if we ever got Soul Collective in the chat.
I did ping them. I have not seen them show up as of yet.
That's cool. That's all right. We'll get started. Maybe they'll show up in a little bit. Either way, let's get to the first pop culture build from the Misfit Gamer Studios.
Let's do it.
SHAZAM. Oh, by the way, I have the most beautiful intro for this. I literally thought about it this morning in the shower. It was just one of those shower thoughts, and it was it was so good. I had to immediately grab my phone and actually type it out to make sure I didn't forget it.
Heck yes. Heck yes.
But I have the most amazing idea for doing like this intro for this. So
okay,
I will have to talk about that later.
That's gonna be baller.
But anyway, let me get to our new and improved. We have another scene. Every time we do something new, I have to make a new scene for you people.
Scenes.
I should actually call this. Uncrop you. we can. But that's more for us. Hopefully, y'all will just be able to follow along as we talk. Oh, maybe that is better.
Yeah.
I don't know. If it can just stay
We can get
there
like
and
a.
not,
Do you want to try to bring the box?
So professional. Look how prepared. Okay, so
Boom.
here we are. Oh, I gotta change my camera too. No. Gotta do this manually because I don't have a button for it. What is up, everybody? Look at that. Look at that big.
Woohoo.
You see everything. I can actually do my hand gestures now, and you guys
All
can
the
actually see it.
things.
You know how many times I've realized that I do hand gestures? And like sometimes people just talk with their hands, but there's a lot of times I catch myself realizing like we'll be in a review and I'll be using my hand gestures very intentionally, only realizing that people can only see like this much of me and my
Right.
hands are way over here. And I'm just like, so, you know, if you were to take a bow and people are like,
I don't know what
all
you're
they
talking
can see
about.
is like my arms out over here. And it's like, come on.
Yep.
So
Wild. Love it. Love it. Love it.
but yeah, now we can get onto this. So yeah, what we're gonna do first is we are gonna figure out what we're dealing with here, right? Shazam doesn't have a huge history, and we're not gonna spend a lot of time on the nitty-gritties, right? We're not trying to do a one-to-one. We're not trying to build a campaign that made this character. What we're trying to do is figure out what is the character concept, and can we create a D&D version of that a playable character, someone like you guys, would be able to start with, and through the course of your campaign embody this character of Shazam, right? That's pretty much the goal that we're gonna have. So we're gonna start. I have two references here, but we're basically just gonna start with the general concept, right? So for anybody who doesn't know, small brief history of Shazam. He actually has two origin stories.
Interesting.
It was actually changed. Hang on one second. My computer's making noise.
Get that fan. Acting wild.
My computer's so old, y'all. That is, I gotta get a new computer soon. But anyway, so yeah, there were two technical origin stories. Only slight change. I forget, it was like in the, I want to say it was in like the 90s or maybe the 2000s. One of the new versions basically
Changed his
retconned.
aura. Okay.
And it was a dumb small mistake, but I think it was more or less due to the times kind of thing. It was more PC.
Okay. Fair enough.
The biggest difference was in the original, he was like, he was a young bullied kid, kind of, like whatever. And he like ran into this stranger in the street who then talked him into coming down to the subway with him, and then got him onto an empty subway car, and then took him to a fantastical land to then meet the wizard, who then gave him his magical power.
Right.
That was the origin story, original, as written, just from the very get-go, was strange dude in the street alleyway just says, hey, come with me to the subway, and takes him to a fantastic land. Was it all a coma? Anyway,
Wild.
But the newest version was that same situation. I think he was an orphan, not, bad growing up, got bullied. I think at one point he was running away from people, ended up in the subway, fell asleep on a subway car, then woke up in the magical land.
Got it.
That's pretty much the only change, was the dark stranger in the alleyway taking him onto the subway.
Yeah, I get it. You don't want a bunch of kids trying to find superpowers by finding strangers on the streets.
I mean,
You like,
I take
fair
it
enough.
as they wised up and saying maybe we shouldn't promote strangers on the streets in trench
Stranger
coats,
danger.
taking you
But
into
the comic book
subway.
said it. You could get them this way.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, falling asleep on the subway overnight, that's totally safer.
I mean, it's not safer, but it's less creepy. It's just the kids being silly.
But yeah, basically, long story short, after that, he got into his powers, which we'll get into specifically. But throughout the different comics and stories, some talk about how he rarely turns it off. A lot talk about how it's more about on and off. For the most part, it's usually like he tries to live his life kind of like a Spider-Man situation. But then there are the stories where he goes places and basically has to have it on at all times. Because the whole thing is it's only when he's vulnerable. So some stories take it to where it's just Shazam as the powerful version, because if he takes it down, that's when he's gonna basically be.
Is there a limit to how long he can stay in it?
Nope, no limits.
Now
So technically, because if you actually want to get into it, Black Adam essentially has the same concept power, and Black Adam is always on.
Interesting.
He has the choice to turn it off and chooses not to.
So here is, I'm curious if this is like one of those situations where, because I swear I heard somewhere that somebody else was able to like use his word to turn his power off. Like I don't know if that's canon or not.
It could have been. He does have a lot of high-powered enemies that do share similar powers, and it could have been maybe a situation where he was mouthing off to the wizard, and because the wizard's the one who had it. Because in some stories, the wizard dies or disintegrates as soon as he gives the power, and I think there was one spin-off story where the wizard kind of got to train him in his powers. So I don't think that's a standard. The idea was that he is most vulnerable when he has his power off, and you have to, so staying away from that word was an issue, right? So, and also funny enough, we call him Shazam now, and that's actually due to legal issues, because he wasn't always called Shazam. He was originally called Captain Marvel, and lore-wise, there was a reason for that. He chose Captain Marvel in the original, very, very original, because immediately upon learning how his powers worked, realized that the name will turn it on and off. So he couldn't call himself that. So he had to have a name that he could call himself to not accident. So funny enough that he originally had it like Captain Marvel name to keep the name that secret, and now we just know him by Shazam, which is his activation. So
got you.
Due to out of universe legal issues, we have Shazam instead of Captain Marvel.
That's funny. I'm curious. I'm pretty sure if we ever called him that in the first place, that this Captain Marvel came first, and then Marvel themselves ended up coming out with their own Captain Marvel probably after the fact.
What ended up, it was basically I think it was a third-party issue. I think the technical creation of Captain Marvel was neither officially DC or Marvel. So I think what ended up happening is I did look it up. I just didn't think it was going to be important for this, but I did look it up. But it basically is a dumb legal battle where one bought a comic, the other bought the name. So it was kind of, because there's tons of people writing comics, and they were like, we really like your comic here. We want to buy that character from you. So they bought the character, but by the time DC got to putting it out, Marvel got their hands on a different character and called it Captain Marvel. So it was kind of just one of those different sources, and two people went for different approaches.
Got you.
So I can't remember the exact, it is somewhere in here. I just didn't think to actually put that in my notes.
That's fair enough. I was just curious.
But also part of the story that we get to with Shazam is that he's able to gift his powers off, so he can actually give people. That's where we get like the other Shazam like family. There's like a family of superheroes now. Basically people he's able to imbue with level of powers, right? Which this is where we get into a weird phase. I know we're still in the defined phase, so we're not trying to get too much into D&D just yet, but that starts to make us realize that this isn't, again, this is a power that he controls, that he has within it, right? So we have to keep that in mind, that some things we want to represent and some things we may not want to represent.
Well, so let me ask you this. Is this his power, or because the way I've heard it described is when he calls out the name of the wizard, like that wizard gives him his power.
Gotcha. So again, this is where most of the things is the wizard's gone. Like once he gave him his power, the original comic, the wizard was gone. Like, like just left because he was the one to now carry on the name. But the power itself basically comes from what they call the living lightning. Calling Shazam is calling upon the living lightning, which imbues him with all of his powers. And that's what we're about to get into now. So then when he can give other people the ability, he basically gives them a portion of the living lightning that they can call upon, and then they can transform.
Would you say that this is anything similar to the Speed Force?
It's more akin to like a god divvying out parts of their power. Like or like a warlock. He's basically kind of like a warlock to them.
So okay, so he's
Like
the
he's not
original
quite a god. Like again, like imagine the kid, right? He's not quite a god, but he's powerful enough to say, hey, you can also call upon the living lightning and get a boost like me. You're not as powerful as me. You're not half me, but you have the same ability to call upon this living lightning.
When he does that, does any of his power diminish?
I don't know actually.
Because if his power doesn't diminish, then I would kind of consider what's happening is him granting them like a portal to access the same power that he does. Like giving them like a little connection to this power source. But again, it's not coming from him. It's still the power source. So I would even call the living lightning itself as the warlock patron, theoretically.
Trying to read this.
Let me see where.
So, because I remember looking into his ability to change or to imbue them, but I did not. I didn't read that he diminishes, but I would think that it's part of his power, right? Like it is a divvy up of the power, right? Because you know,
So
you wouldn't be able to have.
is Black Adam a
So Black Adam, depending upon which origin story you look at, he in one origin story was just like Billy. He found the wizard, and the wizard needed a successor, and Black Adam was one of the first he chose. He turned evil with the power, the wizard ripped it away from him, and then kept it until he found Billy.
so
That's one origin story.
does that mean that like when he gave it to Black Adam, he also went away and was just the power for Black Adam, but then when he ripped it away from Black Adam, that he
No.
got his form back?
That's the weird part, is he gave Black Adam the power, because again, in some stories it shows that the wizard was able to teach Billy how to use the powers before he passed.
Mhm.
So that's that kind of like judgment of what story do you follow. He didn't die when he gave the powers to Black Adam. He gave the powers to Black Adam to train him, realized he went evil, and then waited for a new successor. And in that story, when he found Billy, that was the one that he was also able to teach Billy before he died.
Got it.
And yeah, there are some I think where it's one of those ones, because it's been around for so long. There's minute little differences in how he gets his power.
So
But that's where I kind of don't want to focus too much on his origin story and more just kind of focus on what he can do. But again, the giving the power, what I brought that up is we don't want to convert every single thing that he can do, because that doesn't make sense in a D&D concept of being able to make other people do what you do.
Right.
That's like,
I get that.
you could imbue people with stuff as a buff.
Sure.
That's not what this is. So
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we're looking at Shazam himself.
So we're not looking to include that in his power list that we're trying to recreate.
That's kind of what I'm looking for, right?
Okay.
Because like the Marvel family has also its multiple origins, and I just don't want to get into
Too much of the origin-y. Yeah.
We want to look at the more specific things that he can do, right? Because again, in some comics he just has the base powers, and in other comics he can do as much as like bend reality. And it's like again, we want to stick to the more iconic version of Shazam.
Fair enough.
And I think the idea of giving off the powers, giving away powers and making others as powerful as him isn't the direction we want to go in terms of the core story.
Fair enough.
Let's see, what else do we have? This is all just other, again, different specific directions and other options that he's had before, different appearances, and every time that he appears somewhere new, there's like different stuff.
Right.
So what we want to focus on, I think, right now is we're just going to go over the powers, right? Because we understand that his backstory is he's a kid. He wasn't doing so great, but he was pure of heart. The Great Wizard Shazam, or the Great Wizard, sometimes called Shazam, sometimes not called. He has a different name in other ones. But he had the powers of these multiple gods, and he's able to grant them onto someone. And with that power, they can protect the world. Right?
Got you.
So that's basically what this is. So what we're going to go over now is the actual powers that he has. Then once we've done defining that, right? Because we have to figure out, like, we know he's a human kid, right? Easy as that. we know that in his Shazam form, he's an adult human or humanoid. We can kind of play around with what the Shazam form is.
Sure.
But we also have to decide whether or not we want to deal with the transformation, or are we only looking at the transformed version of Shazam? So once we're done with the powers, we'll make that decision. I think we should just do it as a forget Billy Madison, because
theoretically,
who cares about Billy Madison? Not Madison, but Billy Madison. Like the idea behind that would be we'd have to basically build a whole character that does one thing and a transformation that does another.
Let me ask you this: the only reason I would care about this is the mental stats of Shazam, the transformed version, the same as Billy Madison? Like, does he have the same? Because like when I watched the movie, it felt like there was a kid in an adult's body,
and that's basically what it is. He doesn't change. Now he does get powers. The powers activate when he activates.
Sure,
but again, when it comes to a D&D character build,
it's still the kid driving.
Yeah, and but from the D&D point of view, the idea of transforming into another character outside of something like Rage, right? That's not really a mechanic I want to build out.
I see what you're saying.
I don't want this metamorphosis. What I'm looking at is,
and that's fair enough.
And we're not worrying about his story. We're not worried about where the powers come from. We're not trying to rebuild the gods and how it works. We're just trying to see what can he do and how does D&D relate that, and then how would it make sense. So I'm thinking, once we go over this, it would probably just be taking Shazam in the transformed state.
Okay.
And what does that translate? Because again, having the weaker, lesser form that is literally does nothing.
Yes.
I just don't think it adds to the character build.
Agreed. Very much so.
Okay, so let's start with Shazam in terms of, I mean, I think everybody knows this, but for those that don't, Shazam is actually an acronym. His name is actually an acronym, and it is basically for all of the gods that grant him his power, all of the gods. And essentially, backstory, the great wizard actually made deals with all of these gods to get these powers that formed into the living lightning that he was able to utilize. And that's why he's able to give it off, as he actually formed these deals and was actually able to create this thing.
Got you.
Oh yeah, so yeah, they were all known as, the gods of Earth. And then where's the actual list? Oh, here we are. So yeah, it stands. So the Shazam comes from. Wait, where does it start?
So isn't it that first bold line?
No, I'm looking just for like the straight list, because it says half of them right here, but it doesn't. Oh yeah, this is just a description. I thought it was actually just going to list like just straight listed before we got into them. Oh well. Anyway, so for those that don't know, so it's S for Solomon, H for Hercules, A for Atlas, Z for Zeus, A for Achilles, and M for Mercury. So those are the essential gods that the wizard
I did not know that before.
And that's where the name Shazam comes from. Is you call Shazam, and the living lightning takes all of those powers
and brings it down to one. Okay.
So we're gonna go over these. I think here's just this is all just other information. So we're just gonna go over the powers now and just kind of figure out what exactly this means for Shazam in this form. What can he do? And then we'll get into what are the baselines for all of this, and then we'll see how we would actually get it.
Okay.
All right. So the S for the wisdom, so S for Solomon is for the wisdom of Solomon. So this was, ancient king, known for his supernatural wisdom. And for this, he also is often sometimes called like the wisdom of the ancients, like the power that he has. So it gives him better awareness and clairvoyance into certain situations.
Okay.
He has knowledge of all languages, ancient and modern, so all languages, ancient and modern warfare. And some comics say that he can even hypnotize or enchant people, basically super high charisma.
Interesting.
So
okay.
I take the hypnotize as a super high charm.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically like wisdom and charisma are at an all-time high, but it's mostly about the wisdom, like the ability to manipulate people. You have knowledge of, again, just all time, and one of the great leaders of ancient times, right?
Got you.
Someone who could manipulate people just by the sound of their voice. So
Interesting.
kind of makes
Okay.
sense that you would have that. And he just gets knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. He comes to quick conclusions. He can kind of like
Extrapolate
calculate
things.
He
Yeah.
can learn super fast. He just has, great intellectual knowledge and prowess. So superhuman knowledge, photographic memory and recall. He can read and decipher hieroglyphs. So again, knowing all languages. He can recall anything he's ever learned, solve large mathematical problems,
It's got
make intuitive guesses based on very limited data. And then even understanding like divine phenomena. So this would be like making like history checks, religion checks.
Mhm.
So again, I would say most of that's a boost to wisdom, maybe a small boost to charisma if you really wanted to tie that in there.
Mhm.
But the hypnotizing thing isn't super core to his foundation. It's only that only does appear occasionally.
Mhm.
So you could even drop that and just sunk all of that into wisdom and just say this is going to like be a wisdom boost. So the clairvoyance, being able to kind of see what's going on and having like advantages in certain situations.
Okay.
Again, hypnosis comes and goes, and then his all languages ability. So
Omnilingual.
starting
I
to
like
think
that.
ahead about how we're going to create that into D&D. I think I have a couple ideas for that.
Okay.
And so we have H for Hercules, which is going to be for strength based. So this is going to be making him incredibly strong. Historically, he can stalemate Superman in wrestling. So he's
Interesting.
equal. He's literal equal to Superman. They stalemate
In
hand-to-hand
strength.
combat. Yeah.
Interesting.
Or at least in a wrestling contest. And he managed to match the strength of an Eclipso possessed Superman when he wasn't holding back at all. Although Eclipso didn't know how to use Superman's power to the full extent. Blah blah blah. So basically, it's hinted that he may actually be stronger than Superman if he had to fully let go. Because there's the thing of, well, when Superman was boosted by Eclipso, he had to be more powerful, but he also didn't know the full extent of Superman. So they're leaving that gray area of, although they stalemate, were either of them really at full power? Like would you know what I mean? So
Interesting.
I like that. I kind of like that they're like
we're
not
playing with it.
officially, but they stalemated. He has rendered Superman unconscious as long as he got him by surprise, and he's been able to fight Wonder Woman as well as Superman, but they've both defeated him equally. So it's kind of, he can stand up to him, but they're probably smarter in terms of combat.
Interesting. Okay.
So it doesn't give us specific stats. It just says that he has strength far beyond human capability. So far we get strength and wisdom boosts. Is what I'm hearing here.
Strength and wisdom boosts.
All right, I got to step out. I got to use the restroom real quick, and then we will get on to the next one.
Okay.
So far, strength and wisdom. Start thinking about how we're gonna.
Interesting. Now, it's crazy to me because I'm like, when I think about how these abilities are going to work, I'm curious if we're thinking about all of them are on all the time. And I know theoretically in this state, like if you were to actually like run into Shazam out in the world, like you'd be like, oh, are you still strong? You know, as well as wise when I'm talking to you, you know, could you like lift something up and be wise at the same time? But
We're gonna do real quick is update our board.
right. Oh,
All right. So defining who we are, we're talking about. So we are just going to go based on the post transformation.
okay. Post transformation.
So the actual Shazam character. Now that we know that we're looking at that, so we have Solomon, wisdom and knowledge, right? Wisdom, knowledge, which is we are on page.
What up, Hecate? Good to see you, bro.
What's going on? All right, so we are on. We have the superhuman strength, right? So we have strength. Hercules gives us strength. Superhuman. Well, actually, technically, it's not superhuman strength. Far excess to that normally possible for a human being functioning in Earth's gravity. So I would call that beyond superhuman strength, or just yes, we'll just call it. Because we would call Superman having superhuman strength, right? Like,
Right.
That's kind of why we call him Superman. Oh, we got a second. Hold on. Let me get that. Boom, I got you. All right, so then we have the superhuman strength. Okay, then we're building out what we are actually getting out of Shazam, right? Because we're not worried about Billy Madsen. We're not really worried about the transformation.
Yes.
We're just trying to figure out what abilities do we have to accomplish? What do we have to get to? Because again, we're not trying to do a one-to-one. You get this from the get-go. You get this for transformation. We're just trying to figure out what does this equate to in D&D? What level is that? And then how do we build off of it? All right, so after the strength from Hercules, we have A for Atlas, which is stamina. The Titan, known as Atlas, had limitless endurance. Let's see, he can overcome tremendous physical resistance, superhuman ability that leads to his ability to stay as Captain Marvel for elongated periods of time, surviving in space and fight seemingly endless battles, such as fight with the Spectre or Black Adam. Okay, so self-sustenance. He does not need to eat, sleep, or breathe. That is
Wild.
great. You know why? Because there are races and classes that affect that in D&D.
That's very true.
So,
That is wild. I did not realize that.
I didn't even know. I knew he could travel, but I didn't think about it. And then superhuman stamina. Incredible metabolism endows him with practically infinite endurance and inexhaustible stamina. Now, what's really interesting with infinite with that is, and it says his ability to stay as Captain Marvel. So here's what's interesting. Stay as Captain Marvel for elongated periods of time. Now, you would ask this question, I think, off stream about what, or I think earlier, just on stream, whether or not there's a time limit.
Yeah.
So it seems like that indicates that he can't be in it forever.
Yeah, it seems like there is. It just like it can be a long time, but not an eternity.
And yeah, because I know that was Black Adam's whole deal is he refused to transform. He was just going to stay in the power. So yeah, I don't really know what that was all on. So technically, hold up, that comes from the wizard. The wizard did technically, by lore, the wizard originally made deals with all of these gods and was granted a bit of their power, and then he with all of their help was able to turn that into this with his magic. So yes, like technically this was the ultimate warlock. At one point, he wasn't a wizard; he was a fucking warlock of the ultimate degree because he made a 6-god pact.
Wild. I love it.
So yeah, so we're gonna no eat, sleep, and then endurance and infinite stamina. We're just gonna call it infinite stamina for now.
Okay.
We'll figure out what that means later. Z for Zeus. Obviously, we all know who Zeus is. By the way, I finally watched Chaos. Absolutely wonderful.
Did you hear they
Haven't seen
canceled it already?
Oh yeah. We knew it was canceled before we started, but
So stupid.
great.
So
it was
stupid.
Yeah, I'm I want to know who thought of all of those things because I want them out of my head. Because there were so many like D&D or at least like high point things. Like I'm just like, this is creepy how this worked. I really liked how they told everything.
Right. I think they did a phenomenal job.
I was okay with. I would say there's only like 2 things that I really took issue with in terms of like, I understand you took a lot of liberty and I liked
a lot of the liberty you took,
but there were 2 things I just like, no, you messed that up.
Was one of them the souls?
No, that was actually really great. I loved that.
Okay. I thought that was very clever.
Yeah, no. 2 of the things, Hera being unfaithful was like, that's a quite, I understand the plot point of, like, I don't want to say anything, but like, I understand the plot point, but that is like quite literally breaking the entirety of that character. Like her whole entire lore, her entire mythos and entire storyline is based off of keeping Zeus in check and his unfaithfulness. So making her indulge is just like,
why are you doing that?
That is literally the last thing she would have done. So I took issue with that. I think it was the biggest issue that I had was Hera. What was the other one that I took issue with? I think they could have done better with the Fates. I feel like they didn't really do as well as they could have representing what the Fates were.
I felt like they could have definitely done more with them, for sure.
I just felt like it just fell short. I mean, I love Eddie Izzard and anything that he does, but I feel like that was a waste of Eddie Izzard. Like, it's such a waste of amazing actor who could have done so much more. The other 2 did great, but yeah, everything that they changed was fine. I didn't mind anything else. There was just a couple of things that were just like, that just really doesn't make sense for the storyline. Like, I even had an issue with the concept that they were human up until I understood why. Like, that I kind of was like, okay. That as a DM really made me happy.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it was like, that was kind of weird, but I accepted it at the end. But yeah, no, everything else, like all the characters were really well done. Yeah. Like who they represented and how they represented them. I think Dionysus was my favorite.
Right?
100%.
Right? I was just thinking that.
He was probably like the steal of the show.
You
like,
did
absolutely.
so, like, I'm like, golly. That's fire.
Oh, we have a this or that. No context question from Hecate.
Oh, I'm here for it. Give it to me.
Wyvern or worm?
I'm
Wyvern, 100%. I will go Wyvern every day. Doesn't matter what direction, for what reason, I will go Wyvern every day.
I'm pretty sure I agree with you. I just,
like, I can look at it no matter what angle I look at it from. Think about it. No matter what angle, player, DM, IRL, in-game, lore, mythos, abilities, if I'm encountering it, if I'm playing it during encounter, having it as a pet, interest, no matter what angle, I'm hard pressed to choose a worm in almost any situation.
Okay, I'll give that to you. I'm here for that. Like, I could get behind that, with the exception of, well, actually, no, even on that, especially in that, you go, hey, never mind. Yeah, you're right. I was gonna think, even if, because I know some people like to pronounce one the other, and I'm like, no, it's just there. You're wrong. I love
You're very welcome, Hecate. I hope that was helpful.
Wow.
Again, that's why I love this or that. I loved putting that in there because it's like, my brain's like, I want to know context, but the fun of it is just, I don't have it. So
let's go. Let's see what happens.
I just got to do with what I want. What do I need to think now of SHAZAM as a warlock of Behemoth who made a pact with every head of her? Behemoth, that's a like a Hydra, right? So it's kind of like
multiple heads.
Yeah,
interesting.
So unless I'm not familiar with Behemoth, unless it's a different type of god or creature.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
All right, so what do we get from Zeus? We all know that we get, the Zeus has lightning, his power reinforces his physical and so let's see. So Zeus's power, besides fueling the magic thunderbolt that transforms. So yeah, so Zeus was the reason why it's called living lightning. So that's what actually like imbues him. It also enhances other physical and magical abilities. The power reinforces his physical invulnerability and resistance against magical spells and attacks. So he has ingrained magical resistance. So no, he has attack and spell resistance. So all attacks, that tells me right off the bat that he's resistant to all types of damage.
Is that what it's trying to say?
I mean, it says that this power reinforces his physical invulnerability and resistance against magic spells and attacks. So, as is, we're just going to take that as the detail of he has resistance to things.
Okay.
Captain Marvel can use the magical lightning as a weapon. He can summon Zeus's lightning bolt to strike his opponents.
God bless America. Heck yes. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I love it when he does that.
So he has Zeus's lightning bolt. That's insane. Or he has access to it.
Yes.
He doesn't own it. He's allowed to use it.
Which theoretically means that Zeus still has it too.
Yeah. So Zeus's lightning may be used to create mythic apparatus, restore damage done to Marvel, and act as a power source for magical spells. So hold on. So not only does he have resistance, he can use the lightning as a weapon. So we'll figure out what that means.
Okay.
But what it also does is use it to create a mythic apparatus. What is a mythic apparatus, do you think?
Apparatus makes me feel like some sort of vehicle, like either an Iron Man suit or a chariot or like something that you inhabit to some extent.
I would have to know what I mean, everyone just says the same thing, but I don't know what that means. Like, what is that? Oh, in Mythos, Zeus only has 3 lightning bolts. So, yeah, Shazam would probably only have one of them as a spare. Like, as the deal, he probably got one.
Interesting.
I like that.
Only if he has 3 lightning bolts, does that mean...
Like in Myth, he only had 3 to throw before he can call them back.
Oh, interesting.
Like, because they were empowered by his, I forget the guy's name, but the other god created them as weapons.
Oh, somebody else created his lightning bolts?
Oh, yeah. It was not Hermes. Was it Hephaestus? It was whoever the blacksmith was, the god of blacksmiths.
Interesting.
Hephaestus. Yeah. He created everybody's stuff. I think he also created
I did not know that.
Was it Mercury or was it Mercury who had the flight boots that were also created by him?
The winged
that was Apollo.
Hermes?
Hermes, yeah. Hermes had those. I think he also created those. Yeah, he basically created like most of their weapons.
Wild.
He was the blacksmith for the gods. So it may be used to create mythic apparatus. So I'm just thinking like, I mean, does anybody know that he's ever created something that he can hold with it outside of a lightning bolt? Has he ever made something with it?
I cannot think of anything that I've ever actually seen him like create like no. I'm trying to remember because I remember watching the movie, and again, I don't know how canon the movie is, but I remember when he had his family, like they were all riding around in something. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Like a lightning chariot?
Something like that. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. Hmm.
Oh, interesting. Technically, by lore, Shazam actually doesn't have full control over it. Actually, when he calls upon it, the gods have to be willing, able, and actually do so by granting him it. So they all have to physically throw in their power at the time of
Each
call.
time.
So anytime
Interesting.
and it's both ways. They have to recall it. So technically, by lore, if there's ever a disagreement, one of them could just say nah, and they could end up be stuck in one or the other. Because if it's not all, it's nothing. So there's been some like theory.
Oh, so if it's not all, it's nothing. So if one person takes it away, it all goes away?
So technically, if they're not in agreement, you could be stuck in one or the other.
Interesting.
So that's interesting. Ah, Hephaestus. Yes, it was Hephaestus. Weapons that created the weapons of the god. Thank you so much for the info. Okay, so anyway, so it looks like I can't find anything on what the apparatus means. So, so it says he can manipulate the lightning in various ways.
That makes me feel like, well,
so it almost makes me think of that he can basically have like a weapon made out of it. Like if he wants to, he can make any object. That's what I'm thinking, right?
okay.
So he has weapon to. So that basically means he can use his lightning as a weapon at range or as melee. That's what we're gonna say. Is that can be a weapon either direction. Cool. I'm okay with that. Let's see. This isn't giving us any more. Oh, wait a second. So this is more.
No, I've been calling, been starting, been falling. We go again. Time is so precious, a blessing. Don't mess it up again. Money, it come and it go and it come and it go again.
Okay, so I'm glad I have both.
Don't go here to stay. Go again.
Bumping into trouble like a rubbles where I came, see the flame shine bright, they were puffing.
Oh, no. Okay, no, that's.
Could never serve the passion.
Okay, cool. So, it can restore damage.
Can I be basking in my liberty?
Oh, okay. That's very cool.
Well,
Fighting with my pen, that's the closest thing to steal, and they what they want to steal. There's value in the word, gotta figure out the real. I'm juggling and wrestling thoughts in my mind. The influence was heavy, all the thoughts.
and it can act as a power source for magical spells. So basically,
And my people ain't be dying over gold in the mines. It's funny, right?
but at the same time, it's not really
Still numb to
focus
the full
more. It could act as one, like if it's called, but it's more of what gives him the ability to be a spellcaster.
Right.
So we have magical resistance, his invulnerability and boosts his invulnerability and endurance powers to godlike levels, making him only affected by the most potent of spells and abilities. So I'm just going to call that magical resistance,
Okay.
right? So we're just going to call that, yeah, spell resistance, magical resistance.
I like that.
Physical enhancement, height, weight increase, all of his muscle proportions. So that doesn't really matter. It just means, again, we're going to say that he has resistance to all physical attacks too.
Sure.
Interdimensional travel, basically he can go to the Rock of Eternity. Now we could
Is that
try-
like where's the gods reside?
it's where like he got his powers from the wizard.
Oh, that's the fantastical land you were talking about.
Yeah.
Got
so
you.
The thing about that is we could try to make that decision and say that that's something that he has, or we could just say that that's left behind in the comic, right? Because it literally is limited to one place. So we could try to shoehorn in he gets the spell that lets you transport to one place only, but that's anyone can do that. That's not really something that we can build in. That would just be something that he could do. So I'm thinking maybe that might be just something that we don't worry
Fair
about.
enough.
It's the one place transportation. That's not really specific to D&D thing. We have another hydrate and a posture check. Thank you.
Ooh, hydrated the wrong way. Aguas.
All right.
You are a function
So,
of this total galaxy. The real deep down you is the whole universe.
Symmetrical resistance, physical resistance, interdimensional travel, we're not going to worry about. Spell source. He is the focal point and immediate source of Mary Marvel and Freddie Freeman's powers. Just as SHAZAM is the source of Billy Bastion's powers. Interesting. So he kind of, in this respect, he's like what we were talking about before. He basically did become his own.
He became a
warlock hack thing.
Is this a pyramid scheme? Is that what's happening?
Lightweight, yeah.
Is this a power pyramid scheme? Wild.
Exactly. Hold up, but that's actually, yeah, very, very interesting that Black Adam doesn't change back, so the gods can't give it, take it back, right? Once it's on, they can't remove it. He has to transform.
Interesting.
So, there's a lot of reasons why, like, I like Black Adam, like, as a concept character.
I was curious, like, because if Shazam gave Black Adam his powers and then took it away, how did Black Adam ever fight Shazam?
Well, remember, it was
that's what I meant. If the wizard,
yeah.
if the wizard did it, like, how did they ever fight? How did they ever have powers at the same time?
Yeah, and that's where it's like, again, different comics, different.
Then that's fair enough.
And then of course there was also the multiverses, the time travels. Like there was a lot of different things that were
fair.
Being done.
So for spell source, are we trying to include that in our build?
So Salesforce. So he says this one is the spell source, as in he's this focal point to somebody else. I think we're gonna drop that because that's not really a D&D thing. You don't really we don't want a playable packed warlock thing.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna say that again, kind of like the interdimensional travel to the one thing that only really matters to the lore. That's really something that only matters to the comic book because we're not building a party based off of it. Sorcery. Captain Marvel is a creature of pure and ancient magic. This allows him to for his ability to resist and cast magic spells, Zeus's lightning being the most notable. So he has spell casting. This grants him spell casting. Now we could maybe call it half cast. Maybe we'll put a half caster at the end.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have to do a multi-class to this. Maybe we'll have to do like a spell class or like a half class, like because it does say sorcery. So maybe he is a multi-class, and part of his multi-class is a sorcerer.
Interesting.
Because that would make him a half caster. And if Call Lightning is the only thing that Call Lightning basically is Zeus's ability, we could
or some like lightning powers.
Yeah, we can only give him a handful of others, which would make sense. A wizard did it. Yeah, exactly. And then advanced healing. If he is injured in battle, he may call upon the magical lightning to heal himself and mend wounds. If wounded, his divine and supernatural energies enable him to recover at otherworldly speeds. So, because that's from there, I'm definitely thinking that call lightning, that like Zeus's ability, is going to be like a charged thing, and I'm starting to imagine it being like tied to your proficiency bonus. So like you get it early on, and then I'm just thinking if we're gonna do like a custom thing, or if we're gonna find out how he can heal himself. But it's starting to sound like that is almost like a like its own spell that has like
the healing.
Well, just the call, because this is all with a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt.
I mean, all of this does come from Zeus's power. I see what you're saying.
I'm just trying to think of like what we're
interesting. Okay.
All right, so that's all we get from Zeus. So we get A for Achilles, which is courage. They are heroic levels of inner strength from which to draw. They have the courage of Achilles, which in battle allows you to wield great bravery and spirit. So basically, I think at one point it was even stated in the comic that he says it's a lot like a moral compass. Like the power feels a lot like a moral compass. Just
interesting.
He kind of just knows what he has to do, and he's not afraid to do it. He just knows it has to get done and does it. So that's interesting. So maybe I could see that being a resistance to fright. You're already resistant to spell, but mainly immune to fright.
Interesting.
Like immune to fear spells. They are blessed with an innate and harmonious goodwill. So they're definitely going to be. So that's going to definitely be good, but that's still lawful. So maybe neutral good.
Okay.
Do good on your own terms as long as it's for the right reason. You can destroy property as long as you're saving someone's life.
Interesting.
You don't have to follow the law. You just have to do what's right. So that's going to tell us to be a neutral good. And we have, I'm going to say either resistance or immunity to fear. Right. I kind of find that okay. I mean, we're already getting a lot of other things here. A divine cheerfulness that is characterized by their trademark grin, and gives a perseverance that pushes him to always confront a challenge with a knowing optimism. So that's more character build, character ideology, but always in a good mood. I kind of like that. I think he's a sorcerer barbarian class with a hint of paladin. 8 barbarian, 8 sorcerer. Yeah, I was thinking paladin, sorcerer myself.
Interesting.
I don't know about barbarian though, because we're not really worried about the transformation part. Again, we're just looking at post-transformation, just who SHAZAM powered up is. So I don't know if we have to go the barbarian route, but I was kind of thinking
I will
paladin.
say barbarians do give you a lot of resistances that we're looking for.
Yeah, that's true. That we do have to without
Yeah, especially if you're
shoehorning
talking
that in.
about like resistances from all damage types. There's a very specific type of barbarian that can get you that, with the exception of force damage.
That's true. And then the paladin, how we're gonna get magical resistance is gonna be tough.
Like straight up magical resistance. I don't really think any playable cast, because basically
in a race,
if you
there's a race that has it.
I mean, there are certain races that are resistant to certain types of magic, like Fae is resistant to like sleep magic and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but it's not like magic in general. Like when I look at magic resistance, I look at like creatures and monsters that have magic resistance where they just literally get advantage against any sort of magical saves.
Yeah.
Like that's
Okay. So let's see here. So he gets invulnerability. They are virtually invulnerable and resistant to all types of physical injuries. His resilience to damage is on par with beings such as human, but without weaknesses. So yeah, we're probably gonna have to do a barbarian that does full resistance in combat to justify that, because I don't think anything would give him that much at all times. So barbarian might have to be the way we do it.
And if it is a level 20 build, we can give him infinite rages, so he's just always raging.
Yeah, we could figure out how to do that.
I mean, I'm saying theoretically, because we haven't decided what level he is yet. But
that's
once we
true.
do decide what level he is, theoretically,
has infinite
but again,
rages.
level 20 barbarian having unlimited, you can't multi-class. That's all barbarian. To get to level 20, the
And we have to
capstone.
just decide. Yeah, he has to at least have sorcerer. Minimum.
He's got to have some sort of, unless you find some sort of casting barbarian, which again, it's going to be hard because theoretically, according to 5th edition rules, while you're raging, you can't cast spells.
There's no way around that, is there?
I mean, not according to rules as written. Not that I'm aware of, at least.
It's gonna be tough.
It's going to be a challenge. This is going to be a challenge.
Again,
Thank you, Soul.
we can homebrew.
Appreciate you.
But we got to try not to homebrew too much. Okay, so invulnerability and optimism, courage combined with wisdom and boyish personality creates the. Okay, so that's all just character building. So realistically, that's just going to give us the fear and the neutral good. Okay, again, not everything has to give us a lot.
And we already had the invulnerability elsewhere.
Exactly. And then Mercury for speed. Channeling Mercury's speed, Captain Marvel can easily fly and move at speeds far exceeding Mach 10, 2 miles a second, while in Earth's atmosphere. This is far from his limits, as the speed of Mercury allows him to move at speeds faster than light, just like Black Adam. His reflexes and speed enhance the impact of his uncharted physical strength. Thanks to the power of Mercury, Marvel flies as swiftly as the messenger god of the Greek Roman. So what that's going to do is increase movement. Which we can easily get from
Sure.
stuff. So increase movement and flight, which goes along with monk maybe.
Increased movement definitely does.
Let's see, superhuman speed. He can move at speeds. Okay, and then
That also goes along with monk.
His enables his to soar effortlessly. Okay, yeah. So multilingual, genius level intellect, smooth talker, strength, weaknesses, high order magic. So yeah, definitely high levels of magic. So we could even, we might have to like custom this, but like the resistance to magic, we might be able to do something maybe that has to be custom to where we do something along the lines of he's resistant to the effects of magic equal to like 1/4 his level.
Interesting.
Because then at that point, at level 20, he'd only be resistant to level 5 spells. Anything over level 5 I consider high magic. So even at level 20, anything over 5th level spell.
When do you
he wouldn't
get
be
5th level
resistant.
spells? When do you start? I'm gonna go full caster. When do you start getting 5th level spells? Wizard. Where's my table? 5th level spells kick in at 9th
Ooh,
level.
okay, we'll definitely have to use this down the road. I like that.
So that means
that makes sense.
That means basically level 11, level 10 and below, he would be resistant to all spells that they cast. You would have to be at least level 11 to cast a spell he's not resistant to.
I'm okay with that. That at level 20, that does make sense.
Okay.
So we'll do. That might be the thing. Level resistance.
Quarter level.
I think it just makes sense for the growth, and that might just have to be one of those things we homebrew in. Hecate just sent us some an optional epic boons that you get at 20th level. So we'll have to go through some of these. Some of these definitely look like they'll work for this. So we'll have to consider this for level 20. Okay, so we now know what we're dealing with in terms of Shazam. Outside of that, there are quite a lot of other like abilities he's gotten over the years, but I think this is what we're going to be focused on.
Okay. No, I think that's a good foundation. That's a good setup of the who that we're talking about.
Oh yeah, and the transformation is purely vocal. So if you do force him to not speak, he can't transform.
Interesting. That's true. That is very true.
Oh, interesting. Okay. At one point he had a different weakness, but that's nothing necessity. Okay, so it gives us a unique item, but this would just be this is just really an item. So he has like a crystal ball. Okay, cool. I think that's all we need to start, and then we'll worry about the boons here in a little bit. All right. So now we'll move over to the create phase. I guess we're just gonna have to figure out what is a baseline. So I think first and foremost, I definitely feel that based on how much we're getting here, we have to assume Shazam is level 20.
I
There's
agree.
so much because of the resistances. Like
Yes.
I was okay, but realistically, it's the resistance issues and the fact that we are
Magical and physical.
and we're gonna be bumping several. We have to figure out ways to bump several stats. He has to be level 20.
Yeah. And with that healing factor too, being able to like actively heal yourself and heal fast.
And the heal can also be tied into the lightning if we homebrew that as like a feature, right? Or something that he has. So we'll have to figure out how that works. Like he does, or again, if we do paladin, if you just give him a healing spell. Again, it doesn't have to be a one-to-one representation, it just has to be what he can do. So
it has to yeah.
it doesn't have to be the lightning that heals him, he just has to be able to heal himself
Yeah.
in that same way. So he is level 20. Now, normally you would roll for stats, obviously, but we're not going to really be able to do that. But I do want to kind of walk through some ideas that I have for stats. Can you guys even see that? I don't think so. Okay, so we know that this will be. Soul is here! Finally!
Huzzah! Welcome, Soul. We are getting our Shazam on right now. Charisma. Intelligence?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
I don't know why, I just couldn't remember the last one. Okay, so what I'm thinking here in terms of what we're dealing with, right? So he knows all languages, but we can't justify that in D&D. Like I don't know if we can really justify all known languages in D&D.
There is I'm pretty sure, a subclass of monk that gives you that.
Okay, so put that up for me.
Yes.
Because this might be a monk subclass. So in terms of the wisdom and the knowledge that we get from Solomon, right? I'm thinking that that's going to have to equate to at least a plus, anywhere between a +2 to a +4 in wisdom, like throughout the whole build, right? Because again, the idea of your wisdom.
Right.
So either by AGI, feat, or otherwise, we'll have to figure out wisdom needs to be a +2.
I would even say, like, especially with how heavily they described it in the beginning, it makes me feel like, again, at level 20, I can imagine a character having multiple stats at a 20.
Well, but that's why we have to just. I want to figure out what's likely to be done,
right,
because we're assuming that we're not going to we're not going to roll for stats, so we're going to assume a good high level base of stats starting around 12s and 13s, right?
Right.
Nothing under 10, and going from there. But I want to justify. We can't just say they're going to have 20s. We have to kind of justify how.
Yes.
So I'm thinking if we can justify anywhere between a +2 to a +4 in wisdom in any way, we can justify him having anywhere between a 16 and an 18 wisdom to start.
Right. Okay.
Same thing, because later on we also So I'm thinking +2 to +4 gives us a justifiable 16 to 18 starting wisdom.
When you say start, you're talking about level 1 start.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because remember,
okay.
We now that we've established that this is level 20, we have to work from the ground up, or backwards.
Sure.
So at the end of it, he's going to have hopefully a 20 or a 19 wisdom. So that justifies us giving him anywhere +2 to +4
from the jump.
Somehow.
Okay. No, that's fair enough.
And again, by the end, not necessarily from the beginning.
Definitely.
So +2 to +4 makes sense. Because I realistically too, getting more than +4 in any one stat is going to be hard. Using all of your ASIs and anything.
Very much so.
You said the all languages might come from monk subclass, so we'll look at that. And then we already have the wisdom and the knowledge concept. I think is just going to come from the fact that wisdom gives you boosts to things like history checks, right? Or is that intelligence?
History is intelligence. But again, there is precedence for certain things. And like, if we're going to homebrew something, we could at least say, hey, for this build, history checks are wisdom based or something to that effect.
Or again, if we can if there's another feat that we can take where you can change out wisdom over history, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. But again, knowledge, I feel like knowledge is not necessary because there's other ways that you can go about that in D&D.
Right.
That may be one of those ones that you can fudge. And let's see here. So the next one, we have superhuman strength. So again, it's going to be very difficult to justify having 2 stats go up by 4 points, right? Like, that would be kind of hard to do. That's 8 total points that you've been able to earn. I know it's possible, but we have a lot of other things that we have to pay attention to.
Yes.
So I'm thinking justifiably a +2 to strength is what we want to shoot for. We can do more, great. But somehow we want to make sure that wherever our base strength, hopefully it's around a 14 to a 16, giving it a +2 will give us that, again, from a D&D perspective, a very good strength.
Interesting.
So we're going to give strength a +2, or the goal is to give it a +2. Because eventually I would like to see the goal being that wisdom we'd want hopefully, and like a 19 or 20. I would like strength to be about 18. You know what I mean? Like at the end of it, I think these are things that we can justify. Minimum of 18 for that. All right. So now we also need to make sure we can find out how to remove the no eat, sleep, or drink. Now I know that there are races that do that. I know that there are certain subclasses that do that. Undead get that feature.
I'll say I'm pretty sure Timeless Body for, again, Monk at level 15.
Oh,
Let me look.
so that's another monkish thing.
Base. Let me read what Timeless Body does.
That's actually great that we have two things that can come from monk.
Your key sustains you. You suffered no frailty from old age. You can't be aged magically. You can still die from old age, however. No. Oh yeah, you no longer need to drink food or water.
Okay.
So
And
it
then
gives
we just
you.
need the breathing part to figure out.
Yeah. Again, I'll say you can lightweight start there, but again, I say you can get that from a race. You can get all of those things from a race.
Yeah.
But again, the race you would choose wouldn't really fit a lot of everything else that's happening.
We'd have to make sure it tries. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So eat, sleep, we have from monk. No breathing. Is there a feat that you take that does no breathing?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, we'll figure that one out later. And then endurance, as well as and or infinite or insurmountable stamina. Because that's the thing about with D&D, they don't really have like an stamina or an endurance calculation, right? Like the idea is technically there's nothing in the book that says your character can't dash every turn infinite.
I would say that stamina is more akin to how often you get your stuff back. Like what you get back on a short rest, what you get back on a long rest, like
Which would be very much like a mage sorcerer would be able to regen stuff fast. Or I mean, sorry, a monk sorcerer.
yeah.
Because you have your, you know, your
Monks
short
get almost
rests,
everything back on a short rest.
and so do
Kinda like-
sorcerers, right?
Yeah.
So monk sorcerer, we can just try that. Okay. So we're starting to see a monk sorcerer. Soul, we basically just gone through the history and all of the powers, and now we're just kind of updating the board here, trying to go from the define stage, which is we've defined what Shazam is. Now we're trying to go into what the baseline details are, and then we're going to start building it up from you know the ground up, from first level. So now we're on to Zeus's powers. Okay, so with Zeus, we have attack resistances. So we've considered that coming from Barbarian. Unless that can come from Monk, we might have to try class, yeah?
For which one?
For the physical resistances. Or can that be Monk?
I'm looking at Monk again. It's at 18th level,
Fine.
but you get something called Empty Body. Although it specifically says it turns you invisible for a minute, but during that time you have resistance to all damage but force damage. And it only lasts for a minute.
No, not right. Not quite what we're looking for.
Additionally, you can spend 8 key points to cast the astral projection. No, that's not it.
So we might have to do tri-class, because again, Barbarian, what level did they get resistance to all types of damage?
That's as soon as you can
Yeah,
3rd level, yeah, as soon as you can
Great.
rage.
So if we just put 3 levels into that, that does justify, again, it doesn't have to be on all the time, it just has to justify the character build.
Yeah.
So because the character has those resistances, as long as you can gain those resistances at any given time, and again, because there is Shazam is only temporary when he turns it on and off, making him a level 3 barbarian isn't that big of a deal. So we'll probably have to justify the attack resistances level 3.
Okay.
Now we still have to figure out how to do the spell resistance, but I think we decided that we're going to make that a homebrew feature for him.
We might be able to check those boons. see
The
if there's-
1/4, yeah, unless it's on the boons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we're thinking about doing the barbarian multi-class with that one. That might be the only way to justify that.
You know what I think we could do? I think if we're gonna homebrew a little bit, but not a lot, I think we might be able to homebrew the race and take bits and pieces from other racial features that would make sense to be a racial feature, and
like the breathing,
like some stuff like that.
Yeah.
And even I think the resistance could be a racial feature. And
Okay, we'll try. We'll see if we have to go that far.
For sure,
Because
for sure.
right now, the breathing is the only thing we don't have an excuse for. That's the only thing we don't have an excuse for is the breathing and the spell, the magical resistance.
Yeah.
So
I was looking for something in Monk. You asked me to look for something in Monk a little bit ago. Oh, it was languages. It was languages. I'm still looking.
Oh, yeah.
Something to explain having all languages. I know it was in here somewhere. Oh, Tongue of the Moon and Sun, 13th level. You touch your key in order the minds. You understand all spoken languages. Moreover, any creature can understand a language as long as they can understand a language, they can understand you.
Okay, yeah. So that's because again, Shazam can like read and write all languages and all, but that sounds good enough. So,
Okay.
So that one sounds like we could do that. Let's see, what else do we have? So we do have the lightning abilities. We know that he can do ranged and melee attacks with lightning. So that might be a homebrew thing, or we might just give him lightning spells as a sorcerer, because he can just get lightning spells as a sorcerer, and then we can call it good. The melee part, I we don't really see it used that often in the comic anyway. Like he doesn't usually use a weapon out of lightning, so that was more or less like an extrapolation. So we can just give him a ranged lightning spell.
So
and he is a half caster.
There is a
He's able to heal.
there is a Sun Soul subclass of Monk, and so far everything that I've been talking about for Monk has all been base class.
Okay.
This is the only thing that I'm talking about that'll actually require him to go to a subclass, but it does basically give you, they call it radiant damage, but we could just change the damage type to lightning damage and give him the ranged and melee.
Yeah.
So
look, and this is only because he's able to physically call the lightning. But again, if we just give him as a sorcerer a lightning spell, and if we give him again, because the lightning can heal him, if we give him, because there's a healing cantrip, isn't there? Isn't that like a base healing cantrip? So we'll probably just give him like, because he has to be able to heal with it, but it doesn't have to heal all the time. So we could just give him a combination
there
of.
is a sorcerer subclass that has some innate healing in it. Let me see if I can look that up real quick.
Because again, if that can happen early on, because I really do think that monk's going to be the primary, and barbarian is secondary, and sorcerer is secondary.
I think we'll need at least 13 levels in monk, and so if we got 3 levels in barb, that leaves us
3 levels in sorcerer.
Well, we actually have 4 levels left.
4 levels in sorcerer.
Yeah. So
we can probably do that. I don't even know if we need the 4th level in sorcerer. We can probably pop that wherever we need to. Okay, so you're looking at that. So we have the half caster because we're going to go sorcerer.
Divine soul.
The lightning spell's easy. The healing is easy, and
divine power grants destiny.
Because we're becoming a sorcerer, we don't need to worry about the arcane focus. So we don't need to worry about the fact that the lightning acts as a focus, because we're just going to go the sorcerer route. All right. So the other ones, the last one, Achilles, was basically Achilles is going to force us to be neutral good. And we need to figure out how we can become immune to fear and frightened spells. So figure that out. So right now, we just need to
honestly, the best way to do that is to be a paladin, but that's another multi-class, which is gonna be hard to impossible.
Yeah.
At this point, unless we replace sorcerer with paladin.
So will that make us a half caster?
Yes.
And will that give us? The only other reason why we wanted sorcerer outside of the half caster was
to get their stuff back on a short rest.
Yeah, because they don't need that. It's just it would be good.
Okay. Let me see. I'm looking at divine soul sorcerer right now, and I'm not seeing a lot of innate healing associated with that. I'm trying to find something. The only thing that they get is if you're good affinity, which we've decided that we are, we'd get cure wounds. Unless we're willing to say you can get cure wounds as a cantrip, but you can only cast it on yourself, like that would be cool. And I think that would fit, but again, that's more homebrew. So I'm looking at Divine Soul, and the only thing that they get is the cure wounds if they're a good affinity, which we've decided that they likely are. They're going to be neutral good. But it still doesn't really help us unless we were to do something like homebrew it to say you can cast cure wounds as a cantrip, but you could only cast it on yourself. Because like the amount of healing that you would get from that would, I feel like, look exactly like what I feel like his healing factor can do. If you could cast cure wounds on yourself as a cantrip for free. But again, that's more homebrew. Exactly.
And
So
I'm feeling like if we went sorcerer, we can just give him healing spells, right? Cheap healing spells and lightning spells. If we go paladin, we have to still be able to give him healing and lightning spells. We just lose the concept of endurance. But again, that's where the monk comes in.
And I could say, and I don't know again if this is too much, but even there, the radiant damage could be used as lightning damage.
I'm just trying to change as little as possible to see
Sure.
how close we can get to because again, we don't have to, all of the powers in D&D don't come from all of this, right? We're just trying to represent them, right? So the idea is it's not Zeus's lightning that we have to represent. It's just
That's true.
what he does with it, which is he has the ability to cast lightning spells. So
have
I mean, if you
another
think about
idea.
it, if you really think about it, magic missile is almost like his lightning, his being able to shoot people with lightning. He can shoot multiple. So if we give him a few cases of magic missile, that's technically the same thing as shooting the lightning bolt, right?
Interesting.
It doesn't have to be a large spell he can only cast once.
I just thought of another option instead of paladin or sorcerer, and it's Tempest Cleric.
Okay.
Tempest Cleric is a lightning based cleric subclass.
Gotcha.
But it gives you access to all cleric / healing spells.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have like the innate healing that a paladin would, which would be nice. But you'll still have your basic cure wounds, healing word, whatever.
I mean, the
and
innate healing is really what SHAZAM has more of. It's more of the ability to self heal.
sure.
And I don't know any other class that really focuses on self healing.
I can't really think of it. I feel like there are some subclasses that can like get healing back as like a reaction when you kill somebody or something like that. But honestly, I think that's a rogue subclass, which is weird.
And what's the healing factor for paladin? Like what really makes?
So I forget what it's called. They just basically touch somebody.
Like lay on hands?
Lay on hands, yes. Their lay on hands pool is, I believe, 5 times their paladin level. So at level 1, they have 5 points that they can just dole out. But at level 20, they would have 100.
So yeah, being able to just use that on yourself would represent that. Because there's really no way to just, again, we could force it no matter what we want, but we don't want to change the rules of D&D to saying you can use lay on hands but only on yourself. Like that again, I might as well just make a new lay on hands, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so paladin might be the way to go instead of sorcerer then.
Yeah. Yes. I was struggling with that.
And with the paladin, that gives us our fear and frighten immunities.
Yes, let me look at what level we get that at. Now, theoretically, that is an aura. Where's paladin?
But I mean, they get auras, right? Like that's the part of paladin.
Yes.
What
Why
level
not?
of paladin gets that?
That's what I'm looking for. Let's see.
It's right now. A monk at barb at 3. 4 to play. If we're gonna make it work with paladin.
So I need to know which one it is.
Increased movement comes with monk, right?
Increased movement comes with monk. That's correct.
And then flight. We'll just have to figure out how we can add flight eventually.
Okay.
I don't know if we can add flight innately. I mean, because the thing is, I don't want to be cheap and just be like, give him a flight ring.
Yeah.
Because I mean, again, anyone can get a flight ring, but how would you imbue flight at some point onto because we still haven't chosen his race yet, right? We still haven't figured out what race. So realistically, the only things we haven't figured out are magic resistance, no breathing, and flight. If we could find a race that covers at least 2 of those, I think we'd have it.
Yeah. I'll look through the races in a second. I got to figure out
Anybody
which
in
one
chat,
of these.
what do you guys think on that, right? So the things that we haven't been able to figure out for Shazam is Shazam doesn't need to breathe. So we need to figure out how we can justify that in a character build. Shazam is naturally resistant to magic. So any way y'all can think of to make magic resistance. We already have Barbarian for physical resistance. And then also flight. They have the natural ability to fly. Soul gave.
Asimar race is a good option. It's kind of like divine in origin. I don't know what they have as far as magical.
Human-based, plain touched, native outsiders. Their blood's good, otherworldly characteristics. They were often but not always described from celestials and creatures of pure good alignment. Well, we have to be neutral good, which is good. They are predispositioned to good alignments. They weren't always good. That's fine. Bore the mark. Blah, personalities. Abilities. Okay, so in general, Asmar were wise, charismatic race, possessed strong insights, powerful allure, quite perceptive. Okay, this is sounding like Shazam. To cast magical light to aid those who cannot see. The Asmar were also, like many in their bearers, resistant to the effects of acidic elements, extreme cold, or electrical charges. Okay.
God bless America.
So that's starting to sound right. Received visions. Society.
Yeah.
Street, homelands.
So, frightened. You don't get it till 10th level. Unfortunately.
Oh, the
in Paladin.
Frightened.
Yeah. It's so I was thinking that you get it earlier in one of the subclasses, like maybe at 3rd level, but no. Look at that.
So okay, so we still need flight, so we need flight, immunity of fear or frightened, or at least resistance, magical resistance, and no breathing. I am wanting to look at. Of course, you're in a book that I don't have access to.
Races.
Do I really not have access to any of these? How dare you? Okay.
So I know this is a terrible idea, but the zombie race has undead fortitude and it has undead nature where it doesn't require food, drink, air, or sleep.
I mean,
And they could just be, you know, not an ugly zombie.
well, again, I mean, we're just trying to it doesn't have to.
And I will say though, the zombie race, it gives you a -6 to your intelligence and a -4 to your wisdom and a -40
so
to
it
your
does
charisma.
everything against. What
It
we're
like
trying to do.
screws a lot of stuff up. Like you get your strength and your constitution, but everything else just gets tanked.
I need to look at like an actual build for this race.
Which one?
The SMR. I need to like get a better picture of what it can actually do. These aren't really like giving me clear cut ideas on like what is the
What their abilities are? I
Yeah.
mean, I've used 5e tools before. That's my favorite reference because it has access to all the books that are there, and it has it in like the. But let me, if I can get this app to finish with its stupid ads. Stupid ads. Graveborn race. Interesting. I have not heard of that race. I can say.
Let me look that up after I get the.
Why is it laid out? Oh, it should be.
Okay, so that's okay. So Asmar and then Grave. Oh, it's not on here.
Is that a custom race, Hecate, or is that, because I haven't heard of that race either? Yeah, the only...
I mean, I found something on it. So Constitution score improves by 2.
Oh, he said it is a custom race.
Oh, gotcha. You hunger for flesh. Yeah, nothing. Okay, so
That's
after
your zombie.
let's see. Speed is 30 feet, but we can easily increase that with Monk. You have resistance to necrotic damage and radiant damage.
Gives you some of your resistance.
Dark vision. Healing hands. As a magic action, you can touch a creature and roll a number of d4s equal to your proficiency bonus.
Oh.
Creature regains a number of hit points equal to the total rolled. Once you use this trait, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So that's built in from the race.
Additional innate healing,
which we wouldn't have to worry about the paladin for.
It is super limited though. Like you only get like 1 per long rest.
I mean, again, I think SHAZAM isn't using it just over and over. It's kind of a one.
I mean, he is resistant to a lot of things, but
yeah, I think it's meant to just be a one-time pickup, so I don't mind that. When your character reaches 3rd level, you can transform as a bonus action using one of the options below.
I believe that's what's going to get you your fly speed.
The heavenly wings, the inner radiance, or
only one of them
necrotic
actually.
Shroud. 2 spectral rings, and you have flight speed equal to your regular speed.
Could say the spectral wings is his cape.
True.
Oh, does he have a cape?
I mean, I'm not really worried about the visual of the character.
Sure.
You know, like, interesting. So yeah, heavenly wings would kind of make sense. And it gives us. So that would give us, technically, it would give us flight. We don't have to have permanent flight. We just have to have the ability of flight.
Flight. We have healing hands.
It would give us the healing.
And a little bit of resistance.
Yeah, it doesn't. I wish that they didn't have to breathe though. Like if they didn't have to breathe, it would be like 10 times good. A vampire or a Dampier. Let's see. The Dampier. Choose one. Ability scores. Choose any +2, any other +1. Oh, any +2, and then another +1, or 3 different +1s. That could be super helpful because we are trying to bump some of our stats.
Oh yeah,
that could be our +2 to strength and one of our wisdom bumps right there. Okay.
I'll say I think the Asmar has the same.
Speed is automatically at 35. Climb and walk speed are equal. So this gives you climb and walk and already an increased speed.
Okay.
If you replace a race with this lineage, you can keep the following elements of that race. Only skill proficiencies you gain from it in climbing and flying. If you don't keep any of the elements or you choose this lineage as a character creation, you can gain proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. Interesting. I don't really understand what that means. If you replace a race with this lineage, you can keep the following elements of that race. Any skill proficiencies you gain from it, any climbing, flying, or swimming speed you gain.
So theoretically, you can like basically like use this on top of another race.
Oh, you
like
become this race.
Yeah, so this is like Dampier is like, you know, you're lightweight a vampire, right?
Right.
So like if that's the case, then like you could be a halfling vampire and then have halfling traits as well, and like they're articulating which traits you'll get to keep, I think is what they're talking about.
Interesting. Okay. I kind of like that because then we could technically cheat and give him 2 different races.
Lightweight, and this one it's specifically it's 2 down from what we were about to talk about. Deathless nature.
You don't need to bro. We might have to double race him, which is fine because this would allow it. This would allow us to do 2
because if you do this in Aasimar,
because Aasimar, what did Aasimar actually do for us?
Because I think you get the same ability scores.
Because Aasimar would give us the healing hands,
as well as
the flight for 1 minute. But then again, we could just pick another race that gets flight right out the gate.
The only other one that I know of is Aarakocra.
Is that the only flying race?
Pretty sure.
Interesting. Okay, because this would give us the increased movement. Technically, we'd get the flight from the other one. This would also give us the no breathing. Monk would give us the no eat or sleep over time. Okay, I'm starting to think this might be worth it. So maybe Aasimar first, Dampier next. They give you Spider Climb, Vampiric Bite. I mean, that's not really that, but again, that doesn't mean we can't use things that give us more.
I mean, it would technically heal you.
Yeah, technically. Interesting. So what's the difference between this and the Vampire? Oh, there is no other Vampire. It's just that. Okay. They just changed it to Dampier. Interesting. Okay.
Soul says that Aasimar are a lot more customizable than most people make them. They can take traits of their deities, so we could get interesting. I'm curious where that where the what do you call it? The guidelines for taking traits from different races are.
Yeah, because it's not really like, it doesn't really like say, but I guess that could just mean that because you have you know, that idea. Okay, so because there's really no other let's see. Can Dragonborns fly? I thought Dragonborns couldn't fly.
No, they cannot. I'll say that there are some people that say you can change the cosmetics that your Dragonborn has. Like some can give him a tail, some can give him horns, some can give him different things. And some people will even say
it's Gem Dragonborns. At the peak of Gem Dragonborn's power, they get Gem Flight. This is a bonus action. They can take flight, gaining a flight speed equal to their walking speed.
I've never heard of that. That's
so
wild.
What is Gem Flight? Starting at 5th level, you can use a bonus action to manifest spectral wings on your body. They last for 1 minute. For the duration, you can gain a flight speed equal to your walking speed. And you can hover. Once you use this trait, you can't do so until another long rest. So that's basically just like Aasimar, right?
Well, how long does Aasimar's last for? Because that lasts for a minute.
Spectral wings sprout from your back temporarily until the transformation ends. You have flight speed equal to your... Until the transformation ends.
Might be described above.
That's right. The as a bonus action, you can use one of the actions below for 1 minute.
Okay, so it's still a minute.
And this one is you can use a bonus action to manifest special wings in your body. So yeah, the difference is this is at 5th level, whereas Aasimar is automatic.
And I'll say
3rd level. So
Aasimar's at 3rd level. I'll also say that what's the range on Aasimar's? Isn't there 60 feet? A fly speed of 60 feet?
It's equal to your walk speed.
For Aasimar?
Yeah, both of them.
Oh.
Equal to your speed, so as long as your speed's bigger. So
okay.
So
and if we take the monk build, your speed's gonna be huge.
Right. So what else does this get? This is
the Gem Dragon. You get Psionic Mind, you get Draconic Resistance.
Here we are. Gem Dragon. So we get the boosted ability scores. Oh, we can do Sapphire, and because so you have Gem Dragon Ancestry, gain magical affinity, choose one of the below, determines the damage type for your other traits. So we could do Sapphire and get well, that's Thunder. Unfortunately, I mean we could just turn it into lightning.
Yeah.
You get the breath weapon. The breath weapon, if we turn it into lightning, that could be Zeus's lightning bolt.
Yeah.
And
that have to come out of your mouth.
And we don't have to worry about it being a spell. We don't have to burn spells to make that.
That's fair.
So if we just slightly homebrew it to be lightning damage and that, okay, because the breath weapon, you can raise one of your attacks with an exhalation of magic energy, 15-foot cone. On a failed, takes D10 of damage. I mean, if we just change that to thunder, to lightning damage, I don't see. Now, normally it's only one enemy for Shazam, but I mean, a breath weapon isn't.
I'd say usually, even in the if you look at like the standard Dragonborn, when it goes to like lightning damage, I'll say it would change it from a cone to a line, and there's like slightly different stats for a line.
I'm
but
down for that.
Yeah, I'd say that'd be the only.
And then you can use this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So that's even more like Shazam.
I do like that.
Draconic Resistance. You have resistance to damage types associated with your gem ancestry.
So that would be like lightning in this case.
Oh, we have resistance to lightning, so that
Yeah.
would make sense.
It at least get you started on your resistance path. But we're still getting most of that from Barbarian.
Ooh. I mean, Shazam's not telepathic, but this makes him telepathic.
Right.
Gem flight starting at 5th level. You can do the flight. Languages. This is actually even better. You can speak, read, and write common and one other language. I thought it said any other language that your DM deems appropriate. I'm like, so all of them. Okay,
Wild.
so realistically, if we added this, right? So if we went with this one, we'd automatically have our lightning ability. We would have our flight.
Mm-hmm.
We would have partial resistance to magic, at least to lightning magic.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Damphir would give us the no eat, sleep, or breathing, right?
Oh, I think Dampier is just breathe, but
The
we
monk
get
will
eat,
give us the
sleep.
eat,
Yeah.
sleep for the monk. I think that might be it, because then we don't have to be a spellcaster outside of being able to heal. So that would be can monks heal? Do they have an ability to convert like their key points into healing?
There's a specific subclass that'll let you do that. Yes.
And what was the other? Because we've already chosen only one subclass for one reason, right?
Well, I mentioned one subclass talking about giving you lightning abilities
but
for monk.
But if we don't do that, then there might be a subclass we can do
Let
for
me
healing.
look.
Because if there's a healing monk class, that might be it. Because then we can get all the other benefits from monk. I think that might be it. I think we're doing this. Jim's
Is it
Dragons. Do you even
Mercy?
lift, bro?
Healing, hands of healing. Your physical touch can mend wounds. As an action, spend one key point you touch. As an action, spend one key point to touch a creature and restore a number of hit points equal to your martial arts die plus your wisdom modifier.
Okay.
When you use Flurry of Blows, you can replace one unarmed strike with the use of this feature without expending a key point for the healing. Interesting. That's
Okay.
kind of cool.
And then, so Soul's saying that you do get key healing as a monk, just as, I guess, as a standard.
Standard.
It sounds like you should. I don't know why you wouldn't. Also, Soul, do you have any more information on like how to build out the Aasimar? Because I think Dragonborn might be the better route. Because Aasimar is really only giving us the flight and the healing hands, but this is giving us the thunder, the flight, the thunder resistance, the thunder weapon. I think the Dragonborn is the better way to go in terms of the build.
I definitely like a lot of what Dragonborn gives you. I mean, I like the flight. I think I like the lightning the best.
Yeah, I think. Well, and it saves us way more doing it this way than going the SMR route. I think we get saved a lot more things by doing it this way. Okay, cool. So I think we're good with that. Yeah. So that takes care of everything. I think we have everything taken care of minus a few items. So
I will say, so we mentioned earlier about some of the stats, I think specifically strength and wisdom so far, but I will say there was something in there earlier on about a lot of charisma stuff. So is charisma a stat that we need to make sure?
So the charisma stuff came from his wisdom from
yes.
Solomon.
Mhm.
And it represents sometimes in the comics as like hypnotism, charm, or that. But that's because they represent it as that, but it's more from the wisdom of knowing people and not so much actually having any actual, charisma to go off of. It's just more about how to manipulate people. I'm not as worried about trying to figure out how to boost the charisma.
Okay.
We could just say that that's not his dump stat. But then again, if you think about it, charisma might have to be the dump stat because A, he is a kid, so he doesn't know anything. So you can kind of represent that as having low charisma. But also it's also the one stat that really wouldn't negatively affect him in a D&D sense. Like you can't take away his intelligence, his dexterity, his constitution. Like these are all the things that make him. So if he's gonna have a dump stat, charisma makes sense for the representation we see as a kid in an adult body.
And we can always find a way to give him something like charm person.
And if he does end up going with spell casting. So realistically, we don't need sorcerer paladin anymore, right?
Fear.
The only thing is being able to be immune to fear.
And what gives him immunity to fear?
His courage, like the fact that he's
Oh, that's
Achilles. Yeah, he has the courage from Achilles. So he just doesn't get frightened. And that was just our representation, but it just basically means that he's just always going to go front into the fight.
I mean, I feel like, because when I wrote it down, it was resistance or immunity. So, like, if there's a way to...
I mean, is there a feat that gives resistance to fear that we could eventually tie in?
I can't think of anything.
Because again, we're trying to do this without magical items.
Yeah. Let me look at these real quick. Ooh, I do want to run in Discord and take a look at those boons that... So I feel like some of these things
But
might
see,
be able
without knowing where that's coming from, though, we can't really go off of just... Again, we're trying to minimize how much homebrewing we do. And there's no real like resource to go off of in terms of how to adjust the ASMR like that. Because I would like to, but we're also trying to make this like a playable character in the sense that anybody could build this character in any game. So I also don't want to tie it to having a deity by name, because like if it's tied to a deity by name and a DM doesn't want to run that, then you wouldn't be able to build the character. This has to be as buildable as possible.
Do we have
DM to allow?
Have we accounted for magical resistance anywhere yet?
No, I think the only thing that we haven't figured out is fear and magical resistance. Everything else we've accounted for. Yeah, everything else we've accounted for. We just need fear and magical resistance.
So I will say, if we take advantage of what Hecate posted in chat for the boons, we can just get straight up magical resistance, like the exact same things that
it's in one of the
beasts
boons?
would have. Yeah, it's one of those boons. A boon of magical resistance. You have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Just straight up.
Okay, so
now
let's read through these real quick and let's see if there's any others that.
That's kind of what I was trying to.
Okay, yeah, because yes, the fear and the magical resistance, and the fear thing isn't that big of a deal because it's just that he's courageous. It doesn't necessarily mean he can't be afraid.
And there's gonna be stuff in Monk that really is gonna boost your saving throws a lot.
So that might already be.
It'll affect other stuff, but it'll also affect those kind of saves.
Combat prowess, basically, if you miss, you can hit instead. That's kind of nice, but not necessarily fit. Dimensional travel doesn't really fit. Boon of fate. When it's here, you can see mix an ability check, attack roll, saving throw. You can roll a d10 and apply the result. Fortitude. I mean, boon of fortitude could be nice, but
it's not necessary right now.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And again, this is only at level 20. You gain 1/9 level spell slot. No. Boon of immortality. You stop aging. You're immortal to any effect that would age you. You can't die from old age. Not really applicable.
You don't necessarily need it.
When you take damage from any source, you can reduce that damage to 0. Once you use this, you can't finish it. So a one-time
for short rest, though. That's not bad. I mean, it doesn't exactly necessarily fit, because just being able to negate all damage from a single instance, but I mean, he's got a lot of resistances.
I thought barbarians only get physical resistance. They get magical resistance when they rage?
Specifically, when you take the totem of the bear barbarian, which is a subclass, you can resist all damage except for force damage.
And that's but at what level? Is that start at
That's
third
at
level?
third level.
Okay, so we would have to be that particular barbarian. So if that takes care of physical and magical damage, then that could be fine. So that would have to be our subclass. And then you've already figured out the monk subclass that we need, right?
If we want the monks to be the healing, then yes.
Okay, so we have a monk subclass, a barbarian subclass. We still have 4 levels of another class that we've already taken away the need for sorcerer and paladin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we should probably still go sorcerer just to give him spell casting because he's technically able to cast spells. But I don't think we'd need paladin at that point. I think sorcerer would still be the better bet. So a tri-class on this one.
Yeah, because it does specifically say he can cast spells and he gets spell casting. That is one of the
I mean, it's more about the lightning though. Like the lightning says that he can resist and cast spells. His most notable is the fact that he shoots the lightning, which is his breath weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So a sorcerer might be just the slip in there. Okay. So realistically, again, we don't need to worry about the fear too much.
I will say, if we just need them to have spell casting and we've got a couple of levels, I might choose something that also enhances their, especially because it is tied to lightning, something that also enhances their lightning ability. And I believe that the cleric,
The Tempest
Cleric subclass would give, I think it has an ability to like do max damage on like lightning.
So while I go through the rest of I'll just read through the rest of these boons, double check that, see if the Tempest Cleric is any better, because at this part we have Monk, Barbarian. So yeah, I would just say do a test and see if Sorcerer versus Tempest Cleric are any better, right?
Okay.
Okay, so we have Boon of Invincibility. That would be kind of nice. It's a one-time deal, but I just don't think it's necessary for this one. Boon of Irreversible Offense. You can bypass the damage resistance of any creature. Just period. That definitely goes along with Shazam, in my opinion. Like his extra strength, like you just always do damage to things. That could be pretty cool. Boon of Luck. You can add a D10 roll to any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw that you make. Magic resistance. You have advantage on saving throws against magical resistance. Right.
That would be cool. How many levels do we have again?
4 remaining.
Damn. Oh well. If we had 6, Tempest Cleric would allow you, whenever you do lightning damage, you can push the target 10 feet away. I think that would be, but you don't really, you don't need it.
So again, the only thing magical resistance is the only issue that we have, right? We're just trying to figure out magical resistance.
Other than fear, yeah.
Barbarian gives us magical resistance. We already have magical resistance with Barbarian.
Well, that's magical damage resistance. We're talking about resistance to magical effects. Barbarian does not give you that. And that's where that that boon of magic resistance would give you
on
to
all
you.
Saving throws, right?
Yes. So like when somebody tries to like attack your mind or attack your whatever.
This is ranged attack, magic resistance, all diseases, poison,
sorcery.
that's fine. Planar travel, quick casting.
Shadow storm sorcery.
Boon of
First
recovery.
level bonus action.
Boon of recovery as a bonus action, gain a number of hit points equal to half your hit point maximum
How often can you use it?
once per long rest, but that's kind of like his his healing ability. But that's really late in the game, and we already have another way to do that. Resilience, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and smashing damage from non-magical, but that's fine. Proficiency in all skills, that would actually make sense for Solomon. But boon of speed, your walking speed increases by 30. That would be insane. That would also fit.
That would also fit.
Boon of spell mastery, but Monk's gonna give us plenty of speed.
That's true.
Spell mastery. Choose one sorcerer, warlock, or wizard spell that you can cast. You can now cast a spell at the lowest level without expanding the spell slot. That's kind of
That actually, if you picked, like, imagine you picked Cure Wounds,
yeah.
or just something that would like add to the viability of what you could do, or maybe you pick some like first level lightning spell or something like
So
that.
basically, it turns it into a cantrip. essentially.
Lightweight. Yeah.
Boon of fire soul, night spirit, stormborn. None of these are really working. Okay, so realistically, the boon of spell mastery would kind of work, but again, at level 20 without having the heals, I don't think it's justifiable in a D&D build. It would be an explanation,
Yeah.
not justifiable. I think what we have to look at is it's gotta be boon of irresistible offense or boon of magical resistance. I think the thing is though is the magical resistance makes the most sense, because even though Shazam is strong, it's still D&D. It's more, we're trying to figure out how to protect him more than we're trying to figure out how to deal that damage.
And I would agree with that.
So even though both of these perfectly work, I think we are going to have to do boon of magic resistance at level 20.
Okay.
Boon of magic resistance, I think is working. Can you pick the boon of speed multiple times? I think you can only pick these out at 20th level, so you only get these boons once, so that you only have one period. Okay, so going through this again, the languages, you said there was a monk that could potentially do all languages, but that's non-standard monk, right? Or is that standard monk? Is that speaking all languages?
No, I think that's
standard monk.
Standard monk.
Okay. And that also gives us the wisdom and knowledge base. Okay, so standard monk, as long as we have a high wisdom and intelligence, that's fine. We're going to start at level 20. We have super strength and superhuman strength. Basically, we're going to make sure that we bump him by a +2 somehow at bare minimum. We'll assume that his stat was at least a 16. No eat or sleep comes from the monk. No breathing comes from damp fear as the second race. And resistance to attacks comes from barbarian. Resistance to spells comes from our boon. The lightning comes from the initial race, which is going to be the Dragonborn gem. And then the healing ability comes from
Monk subclass.
the monk subclass. Spell casting comes from
And I'll go over what I found with you on sorcerer versus.
Yeah, and then we'll figure out where their spell casting comes from. The fear, we just already kind of know that that's going to come from monk saving throws. The increased movement comes from monk. The flight's going to come from Dragonborn. Yeah, that pretty much covers it. So realistically, yeah, we just need to figure out what you found in terms of which one works better, sorcerer or the Tempest Cleric.
So it depends on if you want to do more damage or add a little bit more fly ability. There's a weird feature in because there is a storm sorcerer
Okay.
as well, and so again, we're only getting a couple of levels of this, so
4 max.
so we're not going to get past your first level ability in this sorcery subclass,
By
right?
the way, is monk or barbarian the 14th or 4th level of either of those even worth considering to put that extra ability, that extra level in?
Sorry, say it one more time.
We have 4 levels, right, remaining. Right?
Yes.
Remember, so is a 4th level barbarian or a 14th level monk, are either of those worth?
I'm
get
pretty sure a
anything?
4th level barbarian is just going to get you an ASI.
Okay, so we might want to do that. Okay, so just if the 4th level is going to get us the
Let me
ASI,
look
that
at
might be worth
monk real
keeping in.
quick.
'Cause I don't think they have anything at 14th level to unlock.
At 14th level, they get Diamond Soul. Let me look at what exactly that does and how much that helps.
Because that one extra, yeah, because definitely that or the ASI, I think would very much help at that point.
Diamond Soul grants you proficiency in all saving throws. Additionally, whenever you make a saving, this is what I was going to say was going to be really helpful.
So this is why we need that 14th level.
So additionally, whenever you make a saving throw and fail, you can spend 1 key point to re-roll and take the second result.
Okay, yeah, so 14th level monk, 3rd level barbarian, and then 3rd level either storm sorcerer or tempest cleric.
So I'll say this. The features that we're going to get from sorcerer, we only need 1 level in it.
Okay.
So I could theoretically take 1 level in sorcerer and the rest in tempest cleric.
Hang on a second. Let me step out. I'm gonna think. I need to go to the
And I want to explain to you the powers that you're going to get with both of those.
Explain the difference between getting 4th. Well, can you do 4th classes?
Theoretically, there's no limit to multi-classing. So I'm really interested in this because that's just languages. Okay. Innate storm. Yeah, that's just description stuff.
So, explain to me the difference between a 1st level and 3rd level sorcerer and why we only need 1 level. So let's start there.
Okay, so in 2020 or 2014 5th edition rule sets, sorcerers get their subclass at 1st level because their magic is innate and your source of your magic is going to be apparent from the beginning.
Okay.
So you out the gate, you at level 1 get tempestuous magic. Starting at 1st level, as a bonus action, you can cause your You can cause whirling gusts of elemental air briefly surround you immediately before or after you cast a spell of first level or higher. Doing so allows you to fly up to 10 feet without provoking attack of opportunity.
Wait, hold, this is for who?
This is for the Tempest, the Storm Sorcerer.
Wait, did you talk about the Storm Sorcerer? This is why we only
Storm
need one
Sorcerer.
level.
We're doing Star Sorcerer first.
Oh, okay. This isn't. I thought for some reason I thought you said base level. So Storm Sorcerer. So at first level, whenever you cast a first level spell or higher,
Immediately before or after you cast that spell, you can cause yourself to fly up to 10 feet without provoking an attack of opportunity. So it adds to our ability to fly in more situations.
in a combative situation.
You know, in combative situations without having to activate our boon. It just says like at any point in time, I can fly at least up to 10 feet. And it happens whenever, before or after I cast any spell of first level or higher. So anything that isn't a cantrip.
Right. It's unfortunate, but I get it. Yeah.
And then when it comes to anything else you get, I'll say you don't get any meta magic. We're not really worried about that.
So
But
with Sorcerer, because you automatically get spell casting at level 1, you don't need level 3. So at level 3,
the only thing you're getting is meta magic.
Oh, and nothing at level 2, right? There's nothing. Yeah.
Fount of Magic is where you get your sorcery points and you can use it to mess with your spell slots and stuff like that. And then third level is when you get meta magic, which
But
you
if
can
you don't have sorcery points, then how are we casting first level spells at?
you still have spell slots, but you don't have sorcery points.
Oh, that's right. That's
Sorcery
right.
points are different than spell slots.
That's
yeah, and
right.
that's
Yeah,
and they're using
yeah.
them to cannibalize them to create more, so you
Yeah,
can
we
do
don't really
cool
care
things
about
with
the
it.
sorcery points. We just need
Really,
the spell casting.
you just need spell casting, and so
and the ability to. Okay. So that's why we only need one level there.
Okay.
Cool. So hit me with Tempest.
okay, so
Tempest
the Tempest Cleric, where you at? So again, you get your subclass at first level when it comes to clerics. And at first level, you get Wrath of the Storm. You can thunderously rebuke attackers when a creature within 5 feet of you that you can see hits you with an attack. You can use your reaction to cause the creature to make a dexterity saving throw or take 2d8 lightning damage. 2d8 lightning damage or thunder damage, your choice, on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. So no matter what they're taking damage, just full or half. And it says you can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. You regain all expended uses after a long rest. You also get at second level your channel divinity. And your channel divinity says, as whenever you use your channel divinity, whenever you're rolling thunder or lightning damage, you can use your channel divinity to do max damage instead.
Wow.
And I really like that feature.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's gonna work then. So we have. Well, hold on a second.
And I will say, getting a
Well, okay. So go step back. So when do you get all that at first level?
So you get first level allows you to do the reactionary lightning damage
Okay.
to attacks. And then second level allows you to do max damage when you use your channel divinity.
And that's all we have is 2 levels. Yeah.
And so we theoretically have one more level to use.
No, we don't.
Do we not? Is it just 3 levels that we needed?
Because we put 14 in.
That's right. Okay. Then yeah.
Okay. I think that's enough to make this build. Let's see. We are 3 hours in. The actual building of it, really, now we're just because I don't think we're gonna care too much about like I don't think we're gonna look at the granular at what time should you pick this up, because realistically, what time you should pick this up is so distinctive to the game.
Reality is we're
the
putting
end
this
result is what we care about, and
very
we
much
know
so.
that particularly this one is going to end at 20.
I
So
think
do you want to just finish it up before we and then we'll just finish up and then we'll go eat instead of taking a break and then trying to finish it up? Because realistically, we just need to put this on. We just need to write all of this out in a cleaner format and then maybe put it on a character sheet. And really, we don't even need to put it on a character sheet. We just really need, again, we just need to write it out in a distinctive format.
And I might end up doing that just as we're going along, like
so
building
I don't
one.
think we need a break. I think we could probably just finish this up in the next half hour, 40 minutes, and then we'll call it good for today.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm cool with
so
that.
let's finish this up, y'all. So let me go back to actually, you know what? I might just make Kage disappear for a minute.
That's all right. You can hear me in spirit.
And then where? There. Okay, so with this build, it's the how. Okay, so we know that we have a level to complete this build. We know we have a level 20 character, right? So this is
Oop.
the SHAZAM character at level 20. So, you guys actually, yeah, you guys can. Okay, so here, I don't know if y'all can see me or not. Oh wow, I'm like right in front of the camera. Hi guys. Okay, so SHAZAM level 20. Let's start off with the basics. So, things like age and all of that don't really matter. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we probably just call it
Yeah.
like 35-ish, 30, 25. I mean, when he's trans.
I mean, yeah, he's relatively 35. I'm here for that.
Chat, you guys agree? 35?
35.
Anybody in chat have an idea of what the transformed SHAZAM should be?
Kage cast invisibility.
So yeah, we'll just call him 30 then. So age for D&D, 30. That's really all we need to sort. Age 30. So we have his base race. We have to be able to start with so we're doing the Esmond, right?
Asimo. No, it was Dragonborn, right?
Oh no, yes. Gem Dragonborn.
Gem Dragonborn.
And second.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we have a base race as a Gem Dragonborn. Now, it's really weird to have to do this back and forth, but okay. Oh, Kage.
Yeah.
So the Gem Dragonborn. So I'm gonna put. So this is gonna be the details. So here we go. So we're gonna do some base stats. We're gonna try to not be like too forgiving, right? So we're gonna look at, right. Hey, Chris. Yeah. You guys see that? Okay. Perfect. All right. So base stats. Let's kind of roll.
Yeah.
For some base stats. Oh, let's see that. Neutral good. Cool. So base stats. I'm thinking at a base is strength should be.
What do you think his two highest should be?
Well, because I don't want to just, we could make anything. Right?
Sure.
But let's normal base D&D doesn't let you roll over 18, so your highest base should typically be 18.
Sure.
And getting more than 2 is very
rare.
very rare. But I think we can justify in this case saying 2 18s as your highest.
Being, yeah.
So you would definitely want those in strength and in wisdom. We know that for sure for this.
Okay.
Charisma is the dump stat, so we're probably going to keep charisma at 10 as our lowest. We're going to be very generous with it. So between dexterity, intelligence, and constitution, I have a feeling intelligence is probably the least of the 3 we care about. Like not in terms of lore, but in terms of
Stats.
Because
Yeah.
because again, lore-wise, he does have a lot of knowledge and good abilities to do that. But that doesn't necessarily mean he is the most smartest person. He just has insight, which I think
Yeah.
is more wisdom-based. And I also believe if we looking at monk, barbarian, sorcerer, and cleric, I think wisdom benefits the most of those. Benefits those the most. Right?
I will say sorcerers are theoretically charisma casters, but I think
But we're not using them for
exactly.
We're just using them for spell casting. Clerics,
But clerics are wisdom based.
wisdom based.
And so-
Are strength, and monks are usually dex.
Yes.
So yeah. So in that particular case, then intelligence would probably be our second.
Mhm.
Second for the time. Because we want something in constitution. We still want some harmonies.
Yeah.
But intelligence. So maybe 12 intelligence, still above average, but not great.
Fair enough.
I'm thinking maybe a 13 constitution.
I might say 14 just because having that extra number in your bonus, being able to say that's a +2 is going to help you a lot with your health.
But remember, we also want dexterity for monks. So I'm trying to think dexterity maybe at 14, 15. Because I'm trying to think of like how I would roll. I want a good spread.
Yeah.
And I don't want just even numbers. But a 10 seems good for low. I didn't want an 11. 11 is almost unnecessary.
Yes,
13
negligible.
13 could still, for the character builds out there, 13 could give you a reason to bump it up. And maybe we might. Maybe we might.
And that's fair.
ASI.
Yeah.
So if we do 13 for Constitution, we can even actually, you know what about a chat? Tell us in chat. Intelligence 11 or 12. You let us know in chat. Should intelligence be 11 or 12 and dexterity 14 or 15? I'm thinking maybe 15.
For dexterity? I
what
think-
do you know about clerics? Or what do you know about monks? What's really gonna,
Like I'll say there's a lot that monks do that use dexterity, but I honestly think that strength, like you can use your strength modifier or your dexterity modifier. And if we're choosing to be a strength build monk, then I think we should lean into that. So there's really not a lot that it's going to be detrimental to you because both monks and barbarians get unarmored defense. And I think, and that's the other thing is, because when you're looking at unarmored defense, it's either, let me look at that.
because none of them are using intelligence, right?
Correct.
Let's do an 11 in intelligence, and then I can justify. So if we want to do an 11 in intelligence, so nothing's using dexterity, right? None of these classes, they have to use dexterity.
They don't have to. I'll say monks would benefit most from it.
So if we do intelligence,
I'd also want to put the 15 in Constitution, but let me double check Barbarian.
Why not using dexterity? Why not bump the Constitution? Because he has to work. Do you want to do 15 Constitution and then maybe a 13 dex?
Yeah. I can totally see that, especially with strength being where it's at.
Okay, so chat, this is the theoretical. We rolled this, but if you are
Dexterity
Shazam,
plus
this is what
Constitution.
Shazam rolled as
Oh,
base stats.
that's why.
So keep in mind that these aren't his official like long-term stats. These are his born with stats.
Whether you're a monk or a barbarian, your armor class is associated with your dexterity. But I do believe, because for barbarians it's dexterity and constitution, for monks it's dexterity and wisdom. But I will say having dexterity like bumped up later like is doable. And they're like,
again, that's not that big of a deal. I think we have a good spread here. I think it's 18 in strength and wisdom, a 15 in constitution, 13 in dex, 11 intelligence, and charisma is a nice across the board. Doesn't hurt anything, doesn't give a lot of bonuses, but it really focuses on the things that we need. And I'm not seeing anything from chat, so y'all are gonna have to do it. Okay, so now that we have a base stats, we have a age, we have a base race, and we have an alignment. Is there anything else that you, other than visual look, what else would you need to decide before we begin building? That's pretty much it, right? Roll the stats, choose what you are, and then build from there.
I mean, do you care about backgrounds? I mean, that you get features, and you can theoretically get like languages, and you can get other stuff from that. But again,
this like the aristocrat, the
sailor and stuff like that. Yeah, there's custom lineage. You can just basically pick one.
double check real quick. Are there any base ones that you think fit this that gives it at least another feat? Because again, any feats, anything that we can cover now, whether it's an ASI or a feat, so we can use it as an ASI instead later, anything that we can cover earlier, sooner than later. So if there is a background that makes sense for everything we've talked about, let's do it. So let's start with Dragonborn. Choose one of the following. You get to choose any +2 and +1 or 3 +1s, right?
Yes.
So I'm thinking we wanted a strength of a minimum of 18 and a wisdom of a 19 to 20, right?
Mhm.
So what if we did a 2-1? 2 to wisdom and a 1 to strength. That would give us 19 strength and 20 wisdom. Right out the gate, that would give us the highest wisdom and some really good strength. Or we could bump up your dex again.
I was thinking either bump up Dex or bump up Constitution.
Because strength is pretty. I mean, we have other ways to do strength later.
Yes.
Strength later. This is just very beginning.
Yes, out the gate.
So we definitely want. I don't. Well, because let's see. We for sure need constant wisdom and strength. We're not worried about charisma. We're not worried about intelligence, right? We don't really worry about bumping those.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
At this point, doing a bump of 3, I don't think is necessary. Getting strength and wisdom to 19 isn't really doing that. We really need to get one of those.
Yes.
And if we're going to get one of those to 20, we should do wisdom.
Agreed.
So
very much so.
If that's the case, then from the Dragonborn race, wisdom is going to get a +2. And then, with that, where's the +1 going to go? So we don't care about intelligence or charisma. So Constitution going to a 6. So which one of these is going to benefit? So we have an 18 to 19 is not going to do anything. It'll get us closer to having a maxed out 20.
Right.
But we wanted a minimum of 18, so we're fine right now.
Mm-hmm.
So 13 to 14 or 15 to 16. Either of those really benefit.
I would say if you're going the barbarian route, either one of them is going to increase your armor class, right? Either one of them. I honestly think Constitution gives you more benefit because it bumps your armor class and it helps your hit points. And so again, we can continue to bump dexterity later, but like having
again, dexterity. What does dexterity actually do?
more armor class is the biggest thing that dexterity is going to give us.
Constitution also does that plus more life.
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
Okay, so then we're gonna do a +1 to Constitution. Because again, I mean, Shazam is hard. Shazam, we know that he can take a hit, and I mean, he's a strong super. He needs a good Constitution.
Yeah.
Dexterity just means that he can move a lot, but he's already gonna have fast. So dexterity and agile, he's more strength than he is agile. Okay, cool. So that works there. Humanoid, we have a speed. Oh, speed right now is 30.
Did we get anything for Dampier? Didn't Dampier say your speed is like 35?
We're not there.
Okay.
We're not there. So speed is 30.
Speed is 30 right now.
Trying to do this one at a time as we would normally.
No, that's perfect.
So we don't get confused anywhere. I hope y'all are magic initiative feat. What is that, Hecate?
So
Tell me what it is.
Magic Initiate feat is basically saying out the gate you can get I think it's 2 cantrips and a first level spell. And it just basically, and you can choose from anything, but it's a feat well, in this particular situation, either you can take it once you hit 4th level, or you can potentially, depending on what race you are, you can take a feat as soon as you choose your race. Like humans, you can take a feat out the gate. But I do like the Magic Initiate feat in general. I want to see if it actually gives you anything else.
What's that lightning spell that only lets you cast like in a straight line and anything in that line gets hit by it?
Lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt.
Yes.
Thunder to lightning instead, so breath, weapon.
What were we talking
So
about?
this is going to be
Magic
the one
Initiate.
small amount of hunger. What we're going to do, y'all, is in the beginning, the Gem Dragon Sapphire is typically thunder. We are converting it to lightning and converting their breath weapon from a cone thunder into a lightning bolt spell. So that covers
Now,
the Zeus aspect and the thunder out the gate.
so I'll say the Lightning Dragonborn, it's like a 15-foot line, Do you want it to be a 15-foot line, or do you want it to do the same damage and everything
Or-
as the lightning bolt spell?
I guess if whatever the
So there is a Dragonborn equivalent to lightning. So we'll just
Oh, is
basically
there? Okay.
there is.
Where is that?
It's in like, so we've specifically chosen the Gem Dragonborn, and theoretically there's only those options for the Gem Dragonborn, but the standard Dragonborn has a bunch more options.
Oh, really?
Yes. So if you look at like the regular Dragonborn, you'll see that there are like
I can't remember why
6
I
or
chose the
7.
Gem.
Gem is for flight. Specifically, you get flight with Gem.
Oh, that's why we chose Gem.
Yes.
Oh, no, Draconic Flight. When you reach character's 5th level, you can channel Draconic Magic and give yourself temporary flight. As a bonus action, you sprout spectral wings that last for 10 minutes.
What reference is that?
It's literally right here under Dragonborn. It's Draconic
No,
Flight.
but what book reference? So if you look in the far right column.
Player's Handbook 2024. This is the brand.
Oh, no
So Dragonborn
wonder.
in 2024 can now fly for 10 minutes.
Wild.
Whereas
That's why they mentioned Dragonborn.
and that's why. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. So, you know what? So we're just gonna be a bronze dragon. No, a blue dragon. No, blue or bronze.
Yeah. There's a lot of them that have multiple. So like if you notice, like black and white are both cold,
That's weird. Why?
or silver and white.
So in that,
I think that does correspond with actual dragon colors and their
that's weird. I didn't know. Okay, so we're not going to be a gem dragon. There's no reason to be a gem dragon.
yeah, with that 2024 stuff, I had no idea. That's wild.
Yeah. So we're just going to be a blue. I guess blue dragon. Or I mean, can you look up real quick? Can you just do a quick
Or
bronze versus blue? Any other distinctive qualities?
oh, got you. Yeah. Let me look.
Alright, Chelsea.
Hooray, learning. Let's see.
Ideas, but we do know. He's like, perfect. We don't have to do anything with that. We get a speed of 30. 5. 30. Nine. Sweet. I love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. That gives us our breath weapon. We already know that we have a breath weapon, which is basically his lightning ability.
It's a 15-foot line or a 30. Oh no, a 30-foot line or a 15-foot cone. That's how it works. So. And I'm not seeing any other differences between the different color dragons. Yeah. Boom.
Really trying to make sure I keep everything
Organized.
organized on
Yep.
what we're trying to do. Okay. So the next thing, draconic flight, resistances to. We already have breath weapon.
Blue is better.
All right, so that takes care of race, base stats, movement, and it takes care of Zeus's ability to his lightning ability, and his flight.
Okay. Dope.
So I think we'll do Dampier next because the race also has Dampier.
Yes.
So you have to be able to eventually, at some point in your campaign, go from Dragonborn, be turned into a Dampier. Which, when that happens, so it does say ability score, choose one, and you can boost it again. Now,
So-
is that on top of becoming it, or is it?
I would say, wait, say it again. What does it say?
So ability scores, choose one, choose any +2 and +1 or any +3.
So I would say that unless that's your foundational class, you wouldn't get that. At most, you would get one additional bump.
Interesting. I'll actually look that up real quick. And welcome to D&D or Math of the Game, 100%. So all they provide a choice of a single custom lineage replaces your race's traits and sometimes adds some new flavor to the character. You can choose any race or combination of races sometimes and apply lineage, allowing you to continue recipe flavor, the flavor of your race, the mechanics. Mechanically, characters of a lineage use the same racial traits regardless of how you describe your character's lineage. You use, oh, gotcha. Okay, so interesting.
Oh no. When your character reaches level 5, channel draconic magic, bonus action, flight, sprout, 10 minutes. Your 5 speeds equal to your okay.
Gotcha. Okay, so the origin thing again here. So the lineage replaces your race's traits. All lineages provide. Oh, here we go. Vampiric bite. So bite uses Constitution for attack and damage. And this is only about vampiric bite. Oh, here we go. Okay.
A Warforged Dampier? That'd be wild. That'd be so wild. I'm so curious how that would actually work. Oh, Hecate, what'd you say to me earlier? At Kage, I did submit my subclass. Something forgot to... Are you trying to say, Hecate, that you forgot to include something in your subclass that you submitted? Because if that's the case, you can definitely repost anything you want to add to it. I think if I check, I might have actually written that up already. Let me look.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly.
Yeah, I did your Curse Monarch already, and actually I was found a way to get into that other thing that you sent me and do those 4 creatures that you had in there, and those actually look really cool, so I'm kind of excited for that. Yes, you did post it already, if that was your question. The Curse Monarch, if that's the subclass you're talking about. Yeah, I got that, and I like some of that artwork for it. It's actually pretty dope.
Okay, so I'm reading this correctly. So yeah, so ancestral lineage, it's not so much. It basically replaces it. So it seems like Dampier wasn't intended to be something that you became. It was something that you were from the beginning, right? Like at character creation. So there's two ways that we can do this. We can either look at it as intended, which is it starts this way. And so we can take any racial feats like the Dragonborn, and that's our lineage, but we're not technically Dragonborn. So visually we can be something different, which would make it more like Shazam. And this just says that we follow this rule, but we get any of the other racial abilities, right?
Okay.
And if we do it at the start of character creation that way, or we choose not to have any of the feats from the other class, we get 2 extra proficiency skills. Like we get we get proficiency in 2 skills.
Oh, so if you choose not to use any of their feats.
If you don't keep any of the elements, or you choose this lineage at character creation, you gain proficiency in 2 skills of your choice. So ancestral lineages, if you replace a race with this lineage, you can keep the following elements of that race. Any skill proficiencies you gain from it: climbing, flying, or swimming speed. If you don't keep any of those elements or choose this at character creation, you gain 2 proficiencies of any skill you choose.
Got it.
So
okay.
It sounds more like, yes, you could turn into this and then you keep what you had from your other race. Or you could turn into it, lose those things from that race, but gain the 2 skill proficiencies.
Yeah.
But what we're going to say is that you do this at character creation to not lose any of the abilities and still get the extra 2 proficiency skills.
Oh, is that how it would work?
It said, because it says, if you replace a race with this lineage, you can keep the following elements, which are skill proficiencies and movements, all movements. If you don't keep those elements, or you chose this lineage at character creation.
Oh, see, my thought process is
skills.
when you choose it at character creation, because you're choosing at character creation, there's no lineage. There's no lineage. Like you're not choosing it in addition to something else.
You still choose the lineage. It's just the difference that at character creation, if it's you start this way, you get the 2 skill proficiencies. If you don't start this way, you only get the skill proficiencies if you give up the traits of your race. It sounds like.
Interesting.
So it sounds like, so in this particular build, we would want this from the get-go is you are a Dampier with Dragonborn lineage of the lightning variety.
Okay. And the proficiencies are going to be skill proficiencies, right?
So we're going to get 2
additional skill proficiencies.
We're going to get 2 additional skill proficiencies.
Okay.
So Dampier, Dampier, we get
So we don't get the additional ability scores, but we do get +5 walking speed.
Yes.
And that means +5 flying.
Actually, yes.
Because it's equal to your walking speed. So Dampier gives us that. And then it also gives us no breathing. I believe that's what we get here.
Yes.
Ancestral lineage, dark vision, deathless nature. You don't need to breathe. We also get spider climb and vampiric bites, but we're not worried about those. They don't matter for the build, but you also
Right.
do get those as additions. So I'll write down those here. So we get feed bite. Actually, spider climb. Down here gave us no breathing, gave us spider climb, it gave us the improved movement.
The way I look at spider climbs, you can just land on the ceiling if you want to.
Yeah, you can just walk in.
Yeah.
So that's what Dampier gives us. So that's everything base. That's everything base. Now we have to get into the actual classes, right?
I think so.
So now we have to build out our age, our alignment, our races, our base stats. So now we have to figure out what we're looking at here.
Why are you like this?
14 level monk. Third level barbarian. Second level First level sorcerer. Okay, so with that, couple differentiate. So,
Spider climb. You have a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. In addition, at third level, you can move up and down. Okay. Yeah. Okay. With your hands free. Okay.
so with that, we need a couple different things to measure out. So, so where are we getting from?
So do you want to start with one class? So one of the biggest things that you're gonna do, and I don't know exactly how you want to do this, so because each level you take in each class, their hit points are gonna get added differently.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna do the big stuff at the end. The only thing I'm really trying to figure out is
Features?
what do we really want to highlight?
Got you. You want to start with the smallest class, or what we take the first level in sorcerer, because we're only taking one level in that.
Trying to figure out how to write this.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So, okay, so how about let's do it like... Let's see. We can bring all of that.
I mean, you can.
Well, let's prepare it. Okay, so, what we need to do is we take care of flight, take care of that. Oh, actually, no, we can't.
Ooh, yes. Let me grab that.
Okay, so that's just gonna happen. 20, so that okay, so at this point, we're just basically dealing with right, so let's kind of work with the most complicated, but so let's look. So instead of trying to do like, hit points and all that stuff, let's just look at the height. What level in month gives us what
Stuff we need.
for this, right? So like, eventually we cover out how we get languages, how we get like all of their stuff. So with month, what are the things that we're getting from the base? We know that
So we get unarmored defense, but we don't really care about that because we're using the barbarians on armored defense with constitution. Martial arts and ki. We're gonna use our ki for a lot of things, but we're not really interested in like tracking what ki and all that stuff. Unarmored movement. That's something we get at second level. That's something that's gonna increase our speed. That's definitely something we're gonna want to pay attention to.
what does it do?
Where you at?
Resource speed?
It does increase your speed. I'm trying to find it exactly so I can tell you how much. Can I pass it? Why am I slacking here? You got key, martial arts, unarmored defense, barrier blows, patient, unarmored movement. At second level, increases your speed by 10 feet while you're not wearing armor or a shield.
Plus 15 to all of our speeds.
Yes.
As long as we're wearing armor.
And depending on how often you want to change that, your unarmored movement goes up as you go up. So eventually, once you get to level 20, that plus 10 is going to be a plus 30.
Oh, so we're just gonna have
Yeah, so we can just say, yeah, it's a plus 30 right now.
It starts at second level, but then it goes.
It continues to go up. I'll say it goes up every 4 levels. Yeah, so at starting at first level you get 0, at second level you get 10, at 6th level you get 15, at 10th level you get 20, Yeah.
Plus 30.
So that's what, 65 total right now?
Yeah. Okay. So monk gets that. So what else does monk give us as we level up through monk? Because we're putting 14 levels in the monk.
Okay, so you get your monastic tradition, so that's when we take our subclass. So we can work on subclass stuff in a second.
Mark down when we get ASI.
Okay, so ASI, our first ASI is going to be at 4th level.
What are all the levels?
Okay, so it's going to be 4th level, it's going to be 8th level, and it's going to be at 12th level, and that's all we'll get for monk.
We're not gonna get anything.
And nobody else goes to 4, correct?
So we're gonna get 3 ASIs or feats. Let's do that at the end.
Got it.
Because that'll fill in any gaps that we have. Okay,
Got it.
Beyond the ASIs and feats, what else does monk get?
4th level, they get slow fall. I don't know how important that is. Basically, you get a reduced damage from falling.
Okay, so
It helps with your durability, I'd say.
yeah.
Reduction of damage. 5th level, you get extra attack and stunning strike.
Ooh.
So being able to attack more definitely helps. Stunning strike, I feel like you could even flavor that as the lightning is stunning them whenever you do one of your lightning melee attacks.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. So
Yeah.
That's like the lightning ability. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You get key empowered strikes, which just basically makes your strikes magical at 6th level. You get another monastic tradition. Yep. Let me see if key empowered
You guys
strikes.
need to read that online, but we're trying.
Empowered strikes, monastic tradition. Evasion's really cool. Basically you get to take half damage on dexterity saving throws. That's going to be at 7th level. Half damage on a successful and no damage on a successful save and half damage on a failed save of a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, and that's the resistance. That's even more resistance.
Yep. Let's see. And you also going to get stillness of mind at that same level, at 7th level. Let me double check what exactly that does. Monk, stillness of mind.
14 levels into monk.
Stillness of mind. You can use your action to end one effect on yourself, being charmed or frightened.
Oh,
You can just end being frightened at 7th level. Using your... Wait a second. You don't even use a key point for that. You just do that. That's
So
wild.
there's the frighten. Boom, we got the immune to frighten or fear.
That's wild. I love that. I love that. I didn't even realize that.
What else beyond 7?
8th, you get another ability score improvement. We already talked about that. 9th, you get unarmed movement improvement. We got that. Purity of body. Mastery of ki flowing through you makes you immune to poison and disease. 9th level. No, I'm sorry, 10th level. 10th level, you're immune to poison and disease. Not poisoned the damage type, but poisoned the condition.
Very much so. Just adding.
Yes.
Okay.
11th, another monastic tradition. 12th, another ability score improvement. 13th, you get the tongue of the sun and moon. You understand all spoken languages. Furthermore, any creature that can understand language can understand what you're saying. And then finally, for us, our capstone for monk, 14th level, you get diamond soul, which gives you proficiency in all saving throws. And if you happen to fail a save, you can spend a key point to reroll that save.
Really, really good.
Yep.
Cool. Awesome. That was monk, 14th level. We get a whole bunch of stuff. Now what we also have to do...
For what?
I erased all of the class jokes. So, 14 levels in monk, and then it's going to be 3 in barbarian.
3 in barbarian. Yep. And then it was going to be...
Barbarian, we're only getting barbarian for 3 for rage, basically.
Well, you get rage at 2, you get unarmored defense at 1, and I think actually I'm curious if that would stack, because I'm pretty sure you get an additional unarmored movement with barbarian, but it's only the 1 bonus, but I feel like it should stack.
Unarmored defense at 1.
Oh.
Second level is what? Rage.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Rage at second level, unarmored defense level 1.
Rage at, no, I'm sorry, switch those two. So unarmored defense and rage at level 1. You get danger sense, which means you get advantage on dexterity saving throws that you can see, which helps so much with evasion, so that would be dope.
So what is that?
So danger sense means you get advantage on dexterity saving throws that you can see.
Level?
That's at second level, correct?
Same would definitely stack with the damage. So definitely
Yep.
getting that, okay.
And then you get reckless attack, which gives you advantage on attack rolls, but it also gives other people advantage against you. And I think you can only use that while you're raging. And then finally at third level, you get your primal path, which is where we're going to get our extra resistances. Yes, primal path, but I don't know if you want to go over that when we go over all the subclass stuff. We still haven't talked about our subclasses for any of these yet.
Yeah, no, we're in too much. I think, yeah.
But yeah, this is the only one.
Barbarian.
The barbarian. So specifically at third level, you're going to go Path of the Totem Warrior Barbarian, and you are going to take the Totem of the Bear. And it says, while raging, you have resistance to all damage except for psychic damage. The Spirit of the Bear makes you tough enough to stand up to any punishment.
Gotcha, all 3. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. So barbarian was level 3, and then we're taking sorry everybody. Okay, so barbarian. On level 2, a Tempest Cleric is 2 levels.
Tempest Cleric is 2 levels.
What does Tempest Cleric give us on the 2 levels?
Alrighty. So we're gonna start off with our Divine Domain. We get, so at first level you're gonna get Fog Cloud and Thunder Wave. Again, there's some spells that are gonna be helpful, but the most important thing that we're gonna get is called Wrath of the Storm. You get that at first level. When a creature within 5 feet of you that you can see hits you with an attack. Now, I will make note, it does not say melee attack. It just says an attack. That means a spell attack. That means a ranged attack, but they have to be within 5 feet of you. You can use your reaction to cause that creature to do a dexterity saving throw or take 2d8 lightning damage.
Okay.
Mhm.
Second level.
And then second level, you get your Channel Divinity Destructive Wrath, which means whenever you do lightning damage, you can expend a Channel Divinity to do max damage.
And we have Storm. Sorcerer. And only 1 level.
1 level in Storm Sorcerer.
I mean, basically for stuff.
Well, you get spellcasting with Cleric as well, but this specifically gives you Tempest magic that allows you to before you cast any spell of first level or higher, before or after you cast any spell of first level or higher, you can fly up to 10 feet without provoking an attack of opportunity, and you use your bonus action to trigger that.
Alright, perfect. Okay, so as shitty as those notes probably look on the board for all of you, I don't know how we're really going to represent this, but I guess that's kind of really it, right? Like, I don't know how else we could physically represent it. I mean, even putting this on a character sheet wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense.
I mean, I think I could build up a character sheet that actually references like the important pieces that we're talking about.
That would be great if you could start writing that up, and then we can throw that into Discord for everybody, for all of you.
Sure.
I'll throw the link in Discord into the chat if you guys want to join and talk about it. But let's talk about what we did. So we finally did it. We turned SHAZAM into a 100% viable D&D playable character. Now, we did not go over the exact order that you would do these things in, simply because that's not really pertinent to the story. That would be more pertinent to your game, your campaign, and the.
Do you want to go over any of the additional points, like what we would choose for the ASIs or the feats?
Oh, that's right. We do need to
as
fill that
well
in, right.
as
So we have 3 ASIs or feats.
and looking at the subclass for monk, because we haven't looked at that at all yet.
Oh, I thought we did. I thought that was all part of that.
No, we just did the monk base class. Every time we were talking about monastic
Okay.
tradition,
And what was coming in? What was the only thing?
we get healing from.
Oh, what was at what point?
So it starts. Let me look.
We'll just add that in real quick, because I think that was the only thing we cared about the subclass for.
Yes.
Which is funny. If you guys looked at this, we only chosen 2 subclasses. Well, I mean, Tempest Cleric and Storm Sorcerer are specifics, but Barbarian, Bearer Totem, and then Monk, we didn't even need a subclass technically. So outside of the healing factor, which is what we chose it for, you could be almost any monk and still pull this off.
Yeah, honestly. So we'll say you get Hand of Healing at 3rd level, and you get Hand of Harm, which is just does the opposite. We're not really super worried about that. At 6th level, you could administer Greater Cures with a touch.
Okay, so 3rd, 6th.
Yeah, and 11th, you'll get. You can now. So yeah, now you can use your Flurry of Blows to basically heal people as well.
Nice.
So you just get a lot of cool healing abilities, and I'm assuming you can use these abilities on yourself as well while you're in the midst of doing whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah, if you could throw this all onto a character sheet to make sense, and when we get through that in the Discord, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So this is Shazam. We have decided that this is a 20th level character. So Shazam in his final form or in his complete form is going to be a 20th level, right? So how you work your way up to that will be based on your campaign and your plot story, and how you would want to do it. I don't think it's really going to be specific, because we didn't go with his storyline, and it's not like Shazam gets these powers one by one. He gets them all at once. So we're trying to do a build that by the end of it, you will be Shazam. So as a build, you need to start out as for a race, you want to start out as a Dampier. And you want to choose this lineage starting out, because you get 2 proficiency skills. You get proficient in 2 additional skills if you start out as this character, and you don't lose any of your racial abilities. So you need to start the build as a Dampier with a lineage with Dragonborn, specifically Blue Dragonborn, so you get lightning. Oh yeah, we do need a channel specifically for character sheets and stuff like this.
Oh, that would be very cool.
So to start out with the Shazam build, you want to be a Dampier with a Dragonborn lineage. Why do you want this? Dragonborn Blue lineage will give you lightning resistance as well as a lightning breath weapon. That's really important for Shazam, because he does have a lightning weapon that he primarily uses, and it'll also start with the magical resistances. The reason why you want Dampier is because Dampier, starting out that way, not only do you get the 2 extra proficiency skills, but you get no breathing. And that's one thing that Shazam doesn't need, is breathing. So right out the gate with a Dampier with Dragonborn Blue lineage, you get his lightning attack, and you get his no breathing, and we've already...
And you get fly speed with the Dragonborn as well.
And the Dragonborn also gives you a fly speed for 10 minutes. For a whole 10 minutes, you
Which
get
is way better than
fly
most of the
speed
rest of them.
equal to your ground speed. And that's important, because it's fly equal to your speed, and that's going to be important later. So as of right now, before we even get into anything else, we don't have to breathe. We can cast lightning a lightning weapon. We can take lightning damage better, and for 10 minutes, we can fly equal to our speed. That's already what we have.
Okay.
So then what you do is, starting out, you'll take any number of these, classes, but you're eventually going to end up with 14 levels in Monk, 3 levels in Barbarian, 2 levels in Tempest Cleric, and 1 in Storm Sorcerer. So I'll go the opposite way that we built it for ease of digestion. So the 1 level in Storm Sorcerer, for the lore wise, it does come with other things, but mainly Storm Sorcerer is to give you spell casting, and it gives you 2 extra abilities. When you cast a spell of 1st level or higher, either before or after, it will grant you 10 feet of flight with no attack of opportunity. So it just extends what we can do, because the Dragonborn will give you flight out of combat. This will almost give you flight in combat, along with spell casting ability, which we know Shazam can do. Shazam can fly. Shazam can cast spells. So The Storm Sorcerer will add to the flight that we got from Dragonborn and give us more flight during combat, as well as giving them the spellcasting ability. Now, you want 2 levels in Tempest Cleric eventually. One reason is because at first level, a Tempest Cleric can react when taking damage. So when they're the target of an attack, they can react and basically cause lightning damage to the attacker if they fail a save. So that's going to be great because that's very in line with the SHAZAM lightning damage, and a little bit on the fact that he can actually do lightning damage both through melee attacks as well as ranged attacks. So this is going to be kind of a good defensive maneuver. And at second level, the Tempest Cleric will also give you the ability that when you make a lightning based attack, you can max out the damage automatically, which sounds very SHAZAM like, you know, just,
Yeah.
you're going to throw out, especially with that breath weapon. Now you can just basically have that breath weapon maxing out damage. Awesome. You're also going to want 3 levels in Barbarian. Obviously the Rage is nice, but the Rage isn't why we're doing it. Well, while the Rage is cool, mainly you get the unarmored defense. So this is going to be really nice because unarmored defense is going to give you the lack of need for armor, which SHAZAM already has. It goes into the ability to, self buff, but it's also going to be good because it's going to give us unarmored movement with the next class. Rage is beneficial, not so much for the ability itself, but because going into rage mode gives you resistance to all of the physical types of damage. And that's what SHAZAM has. So being able to add the Barbarian during combat when you rage, you basically gain all of those resistances, just like SHAZAM would get. And then you also get advantage on on dexterity saving throws. You also get advantages on, you said you get advantages on attack rolls at second level for Barbarian.
So when you do reckless attack, specifically, you can do
reckless attack. You get advantage on attack rolls, but then you get advantage on you.
But everybody else gets advantage on you for that until you start your next turn.
And then third level, you would choose Totem of the Bear, which basically gives you all resistances. So you basically get resistances to all the damage.
With exception to Sidekick, but yeah.
Yeah, which again is very much in line with SHAZAM. And SHAZAM's resistances are all physical and magical, not psychic.
Yep.
So that covers Barbarian, and then Monk is really fascinating. That's where we're going to get everything, right? So starting right out the gate with second level, we're getting that unarmed movement, tying in with the Barbarian unarmored defense. So this is going to give us an immediate boost to speed, up to 30 movement. So we're already going to, and I think we actually got a +5. I'm sorry, I also missed originally the reason why you also want to start with Dampier, not just for the no breathing. Dampier gives you a +5 to your movement as well. So we've already gotten a +5 from Dampier. Choosing the Monk unarmored movement.
I did screw up though. I gave you our total for a 20th level Monk, not a 14th level Monk.
Oh, okay.
So I'll need to bring it down. I think either to 25 or 20. Let me double check. Table. It's still a lot, but on 14th, yeah, we'd have 25. So we'd have 5 less movement. So instead of 65, it's 60. Which it's nice that we got that extra 5 already from Dampier.
Yeah, which basically doubles it. So Dampier will give us 5. Monk starts us off at giving us every 4 levels we'll get a speed increase, but by level 20 we will have a total of a 30 boost to our speed, which is fantastic because that means that we're going to be faster. We're going to be twice as fast as anybody on the battlefield. Very SHAZAM-like. What's also great about that as well is every other ability, the fly speed, because of Dragonborn, the way that it says it is your fly speed is equal to your land speed. So the fact that we're bumping our main speed up to 60 means that we're also going to get a fly speed of 60. Also, again, something I also forgot about Dampier, it gives you spider climb. We get spider climb with Dampier, which means you can land anywhere you want. That spider climb is also equal to your normal speed. So we are having a 60 speed, 60 flight, and 60 spider climb. The only thing we can't do is swim at 60.
Yeah.
And SHAZAM basically doesn't have,
so whenever theoretically the rules is written, I'm pretty sure the way it works is you consider swimming difficult terrain. So you would just be at half speed. So he would be equal to everybody else in the water.
Actually, no, he'd be still twice as fast as everybody else in the water.
Yes, exactly, because they'd all be slow.
Wouldn't be restricted by water.
So the only thing is like he would match all the people who have an innate swim speed.
Yeah, he would basically look like he has an innate swim speed, which is phenomenal. It basically is a built-in innate swim speed.
Lightweight.
So that's what we go for Monk, because it's going to, by 20th level, going to give us double our movement speed. At third level, it's going to begin the ability, our healing abilities, which we know that SHAZAM can do from his lightning. So with the monk, what was the subclass specifically?
It was the Way of the Mercy Monk.
Way of the Mercy Monk, because at 3rd, 6th, and 11th level, you're going to get boosted healing abilities, all that can be targeted towards yourself. So therefore, you get the SHAZAM healing ability. At 4th level on Monk, you're going to get Slow Fall, so we're going to get more of that endurance. Just, he already can fly, but if for whatever reason he falls, he'll be able to take more endurance. At 5th level, we are going to get the Stunning Strike and extra attack. So that's already great. He's a strong character. He's going to do a lot of attacks. Stunning Strike is kind of like basically what we're saying is his we did say that SHAZAM can both do ranged lightning spells and melee lightning spells, so this can be flavored that way to say that the Stunning Strike is basically him channeling that lightning through his melee attack, which is absolutely part of his character build. We move up to 6th level and we get all of your attacks are now considered magical. So at this point he now overcomes magical resistance or non-magical, resistance. So anybody who has to get hit by a magical weapon, his fists are basically magical weapons. 7th level, you get evasion. So anything that requires a dex save, you can either negate it or take half damage on dex saves, which is
and you already get
phenomenal.
advantage on dex saves because of your barbarianness, which is freaking awesome.
Yeah, so these are beautifully stacking for this character. And then you also with basically just pure will alone, not really pure will, but basically at any point you can just choose not to be frightened or feared. I don't know if it's fear or just frightened, but
so it's charmed or frightened. You can end the charmed or frightened condition on yourself as like an action or something like that.
And that works with the idea behind his courage, behind SHAZAM's courage and ability to just stare down any adversity. So the fact that you can just end frightened means that he'll never run away out of a fight, which is definitely the SHAZAM mentality. Let's see. At 10th level, you get immunity to the poison and disease, which definitely sounds like SHAZAM. At 13th level, you get all spoken languages, which again, we know that SHAZAM basically can understand all languages, all written and otherwise, but for the sake of D&D, all spoken's just fine. And everybody can understand you. That's a bigger thing too, is they can also understand you, which is a way bigger, different thing than being able to just understand it. So that really works to SHAZAM's mentality of being able to know all languages. And then at 14th, the capstone for the whole build and for Monk is the Diamond Soul, which basically gives you
proficiency in all saving throws.
You get proficiency. Yeah, all saving throws are proficiency, and if you fail at one, you get to re-roll it. So you not only get
for a key point, but
proficiency in it, but you're just basically able to just basically go again if you fail, which really goes up to this strength. So I think not only am I very impressed with what we did, but we have to finish up because we also got a +2 to wisdom, which we decided a base of 18. We got a +1 to constitution, which we decided a base of 15. We still have, after all of this, I think that we've done it. I think that we have perfectly represented SHAZAM, except we're not done because we still have 3.
Oh, we got a hydrate and a posture check.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys.
We have 3 ASIs or feats to complete this build. So is there anything that we haven't really covered?
I was doing a little looking while you were talking because I was looking into that. And I'm trying to figure out what would really fit what we're trying to do as far as feat wise, right? And the only ones that I can really think, there are 3 that I think, but I don't really even think any of them are super necessary.
We can blow 2 ASIs very easily on strength to get him that 20 strength.
We and then theoretically need 1 dedicated ASI to get him to 20, and then
how?
Because whenever you take an ASI, you get 2 points to use. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really? Is it 2 points?
I'm pretty sure you get 2 points to use.
But you can't use them in the same one, right?
I think you can. I think you can. I think you can use both of them in the same one.
Ooh,
I
alert
think
feat.
The only thing I'm thinking of is there are some feats that give you
ASIs.
They'll give you like a singular point. So if you want 2 points, you can get the ASI, but if you want a singular point, you can choose a feat that would bump you. But so the feats that I was looking at that really build that really fit what we need.
Oh yeah, it is by 2 points. So we could take one of those out of the 3, and so we could easily make strength a 20.
So we were talking earlier, and this definitely hit me when you were initially explaining him, was the keen mind feat. Because what the keen mind allows you to do is you can like perfectly recall a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
And like up to like a month in the past. And he was talking in his description about having like perfect recollection and stuff like that.
So keen mind.
So, and that also bumps your intelligence by 1, just standard.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Oh.
So that's again a feat that will bump one of your ability scores.
Okay, so,
Um,
so let me write this down. So, so also wanted to put in,
I will say I agreed with you, Hecate, initially. I love Magic Initiate because you can adding more cantrips, adding more spells to your repertoire, especially from any list, is crazy valuable. But I think because we have such a wide selection of where we can pull spells from, and we don't need a whole lot of spells, Magic Initiate basically just says that you can get, I believe it is 2 cantrips. I'm not, let me look it up real quick so I'm not misquoting anything. What's that? Alert is just means you can't be surprised, which is cool.
oh, that actually wouldn't be too bad.
But I will say I really think Elemental Adept would really help us out if we chose Lightning.
Okay.
So real quick, just so I don't misquote, yes, you do get 2 cantrips of your choice from any class spell list and 1 first level spell. That's what Magic Initiate does. So, but Elemental Adept, basically what you get is you get to overcome resistances to a specific element type. So basically it'll say, you guys can't resist my lightning. Now immunity is different, but you cannot resist my lightning. Additionally, when rolling damage for that specific type of damage, any 1s or 2s you can re-roll,
Okay,
which is
that's
pretty
not too
cool.
bad. Okay, so we'll definitely keep that on mind. I think Keen Mind makes the most sense so far.
Right.
That one's not terrible. I think it's a little bit unnecessary, but
Again,
works.
exactly.
What is
It's
the word again?
alert. So alert, you gain a +5 bonus to your initiative. You can't be surprised while you're conscious. And other creatures don't gain advantage on attack rolls against you from being unseen by you. So if somebody's like invisible and right behind you, normally because I can't see them, they'd have advantage on the attack roll.
I like that actually. Because he has like clairvoyance and because he's supposed to be
Actually, yeah,
because he's
that makes a lot of sense.
a tactician. I like that. So we're gonna give him alerts, which is no surprise. And plus 5. That's really nice. No surprise, and then
And no advantage for unseen.
I think that actually sounds great. So, is there a third one that we can do that would help us?
Really expand this, or should we just use that last one?
The
to
only other
get
one
strength to
was
20?
super unnecessary, and that's tough, and that's just to give you more HP. And we really don't need it right now.
I
So
don't think we need enough. I mean, at 20th level, you're probably going to be maxed out, especially with Monk and Barbarian.
yeah,
You're probably going to be fine because Barbarian has the highest HP of all of those.
they do
classes.
have the highest hit die that you get, but you only get that for 3 levels. You're only going to roll that D12
that's
for hit
right.
points for
Yeah.
3 levels. The rest of it's going to be, what's the monk? Is there a D10 or a
What about
D8?
Martial Adept? What does that do? Is that just all?
Fighting?
Because yeah, because Shazam doesn't need a 20 strength, but I wouldn't mind throwing it out there for more.
I agree. I
mean,
agree.
we could even bump intelligence to 13, I guess, but I don't know.
Well, oh yeah.
Or-
Bumping intelligence to 13 wouldn't do anything. Like
Probably
you,
it's 12, and then Dex to 14, maybe. Dex to 14, intelligence.
Dex to 14 would help your AC. I think the Dex to 14 might help more than the
Strength to
the
20.
strength to 20. Granted, there's a lot of stuff you do for strength, but
I mean, intelligence to 12 could be beneficial too, because then you just at least get a +1.
your intelligence will already be 12 if you take the keen mind feat.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Plus 1?
What's that?
It's a +1.
It's a +1 to your intelligence. So we started off at an 11, so we would bump it to 12.
So yeah. It's actually
You said martial adept.
Martial adept is the
You learn 2 maneuvers from the Battlemaster archetype, and you gain a superiority die. That would be cool. The Battlemaster archetype's pretty cool. It allows you to add different features to your attacks. Like I can add a trip attack, I can add a counter attack, I can
gotcha.
and
Okay.
you can trigger them at different aspects. You know, it gives a little bit more flexibility and versatility to your character.
Philippa, what are you referring to? Cast raise attribute. What are we referring to on that one?
Oh, he's talking about for your ASI. That's what we were talking about earlier, Hoylepa, is
We still have
raising
one
the
ASI that's maybe going up to strength. We might be able to raise Dex to 14. Because again, we raised Dex to 14. We could raise Constitution to 16.
That's a spell, Hoylepa? Raise attribute. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, things like that we might want to stay away from though, just because again we want to try to have this as a build in the
Fair enough.
Like, because again, those kind of things anybody can like adjust themselves, but we want something that's like as a base build out of the box. How can you make Shazam? So we still have the ability to. Okay, so
it was in third edition.
oh nice. Okay, so let's look at this. So strength. What is the biggest boon to go into 20 strength?
So I'll say all your athletics checks are going to go up. All of your attack rolls are going to go up. And all of your damage is going to go up by 1. When you're doing a strength, but it's 1 for every hit that you do.
That's true.
But it is just 1, and you're already pretty high level, so your proficiency bonus is going to be pretty high. That's going to be pretty high, so you're already going to have a decent enough attack.
Okay, so then dexterity up to 14 or 15. I don't know if that's really going to benefit this character build.
What is it? Was dexterity at right now?
13. So moving it to a 14 or a 15, I don't know if that's really going to benefit anything.
I'll say I would prefer to take. There's a feat that can raise your dexterity by 1 and also give you, I believe it is it resistance or is it? Oh, I'm in the wrong.
Any ideas from chat? What we're gonna do with this last ASI or feat? Because we're just trying to figure out if there's any area of Shazam that we haven't fully covered yet. I mean, unless there's a feat that does magical resistance, like more magical resistance, or because we've covered everything about him, right? We've covered all of his abilities. Let's go through this one more time. So we have Solomon, right? We have his wisdom is now a 20. We've given him keen mind for the clairvoyance and an intelligence +1. And we've given him the alert. So all of that is for matches for the Solomon. And we have multilingual. For Hercules, we have the superhuman strength, which we're only at 18. And we don't really have anything else other than barbarian that can rage to get more strong. Like, that's the only thing. We don't really technically have the superhuman strength. Atlas does not need to eat, sleep, or breathe. We've covered with Monk and Dampier. Superhuman stamina, that's kind of just overall encompassing like the slow fall. There's a lot of stuff in there. The dexterity saves, the advantage on saves. We have a lot of things in there. The proficiency on saving throws. Z for Zeus, we've covered that with his breath weapon, with his healing ability now. So the Tempest Cleric, the Storm Sorcerer, and the Race covers the Zeus. We have the Courage for Achilles, which is invulnerable, which we have a couple different, we have the Barbarian for invulnerability. Optimism is more of a personal trait. And then we have Mercury, the speed for Mercury, and he has a 60 speed at this point, right? So really the only thing we truly haven't officially fully covered is Hercules strength.
I would even say, because imagine somebody in our world with a level 20, just 20th level strength. Like I feel like they could be at least close to superhuman strength.
That's what I'm thinking. So look up one more, Mage Slayer.
I did look up that one earlier.
Does that really help? Because I mean, yes, that helps with his lore, but we're not really trying to match the lore as we are the character.
It allows you to, I think it does a lot of stuff that we kind of already have. Where is
my handwriting sucks. Like I can read what I'm writing, but I'm looking at it on the screen and I'm like, I wish I had better handwriting so people actually knew what we wrote down. We'll definitely make this into a character sheet. I'll probably have Kage take notes on what's in here. what's in front of you guys, and then we'll try to do better at representing the
Yeah, you can take opportunity attacks against people who cast spells while they're adjacent to you. If somebody's concentrating on a spell, they have disadvantage. So it's cool.
I
but
think honestly, to stay true to the build, though, again, we could go. I mean, we could take this any way we want, but I think to stay true to the build, it's got to be an ASI. We have to do one ASI to get that strength at the 20 to justify the superhuman strength.
I am thinking that because I want to calculate their AC, because I want to talk about how hard it's going to be to hit this person, and I think that lends a lot to their durability and their ability to like take hits and stuff like that. So
I mean, because you'd have to calculate the AC of the Dragonborn / Dampier with armored defense.
So it's just going to be your unarmored defense, and so that's what I need to calculate. Let me go back and look for barbarian. Unarmored defense is going to be 10 plus dexterity plus constitution. So right now, as is, with a 16 constitution and a 13 dexterity, that's a 14 AC. That's a crazy low AC for a level 20 character. That's why I'm talking about bumping dexterity. If we can bump dexterity or even use 2 ASIs, AC is a 14. Because you only get a +3 for your constitution and a +1 to your dexterity. So if I take one of my feats and I make it the athletic feat, which will give you a +1 to your dexterity and will give you some other features as well. What was I looking at?
Take it easy, Huelepa. Oh, 3 a.m. Yeah, go to sleep.
Please and thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
So the athlete feat will basically, you'll bump your dexterity by 1, which will make it a +2, increasing my AC to a 15 total. It'll also say when you're prone, standing up only takes 5 feet of movement. Climbing doesn't cost you extra movement. We really don't need that. And I can increase my jump.
Is there no feat that just straight boosts your AC? Is there any feat that just straight up gives you more AC?
No. Nothing like that. The biggest thing you could do is get like magical items and stuff like that. Like you can get the bracers of defense that'll increase your AC by 2. But I'm thinking at least an 18 AC I would like. But that's going to be really hard with this build because the dexterity is so low. So we need to get a +4 in both constitution.
Hold on. Back up. What gave us the +1 to constitution?
The +1?
Yeah, we have a +1 to constitution.
That was, we added 2 to wisdom and 1 to constitution.
From the AS, or from
the race.
From the race. So what if we made constitution 13, would boost it to 14? Then we make our dexterity 15 instead. Because right now we have a dex of 13, constitution of 15 base. And we have a +1 to con. What if we just switch those?
+1 to...
We put +1 to constitution.
Oh, yeah.
So if it's a 15 +1, why don't we make that a 13 +1? And then we move the 15 from constitution to dex. Dex would already be a 15 base.
Yes.
And that would bump up our AC.
So
then we
if
can consider putting the ASI into dex and going from 15 to 17.
So I'm trying to think. So at the beginning, our constitution will be a 14 and our dexterity...
No, 15. I was saying, I'm suggesting switching dex and constitution. Constitution's 15, dex is 13. Switch them.
Right. So constitution would be 13.
Yes.
And then you add a +1,
yes.
which would make it 14, which is what I was talking about.
Okay, yes.
So you could have to start off at a constitution of a 14, and then dexterity would be a 15.
Yes, that would be the base, yeah.
Now, then we would, again, need to put at least 2 points into constitution to get it up to a 15, which would... or to get it up to a 16 to where it is now, which would give us, again, it would increase our health, which is going to be really good, as well as increasing our AC, because our AC is tied to both dexterity and constitution. So switching those two is really just going to be null and void unless we can increase both of them. Right? That's the mindset that I'm thinking is yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, because so much of what we're doing is because so much of what we're doing is strength based and we need that high strength and we need to be able to use strength to our advantage, having such a wide spread in our stats is going to be hard. The only other thing I can think of is taking points away from wisdom, and making it like taking points away from wisdom and putting it into like our dex and our constitution.
Let me think here. So we can make that a... Because wisdom, we mainly made wisdom the highest, more so for the lore than for the build, right?
True.
So, if that's the case, what if... Because wisdom's not hurting anything, right? Or intelligence. Intelligence isn't hurting anything.
Intelligence does not hurt anything. And honestly, our 20 wisdom is not...
It's more for the lore, not for the actual like benefit of the build. But it is kind of hurting the benefit. So I'm wondering if we just take our wisdom and switch wisdom and dexterity. So we have strength and dex at 18. Wisdom starts at 13. Then instead of doing the +2 to wisdom, +1 to con, we can do a +1 to dex, +1 to wisdom, +1 to con. Because con will be 16, wisdom would be 14, dexterity would be 19. And then when we take the other ASI, we can put dex up to 20. And yeah. So we could, yeah. So what if we did that? What if we just change real quick wisdom and dexterity? Our base rolls. What if we just swapped those? Make dex 18 and wisdom 13. That would solve our AC issue. And it really wouldn't hurt the build. Because watch.
So if we just take our initial base stats, and so if we said dexterity starts at 18, then you can better that. And wisdom was 13. We don't need a wisdom of 15. We only need a wisdom of 14.
Yes. Yeah, we only...
And then that means that I can bump... Or actually, wait a second. What's better, strength or dexterity? In this...
It depends on... So give me 2 numbers for strength and dexterity. That
18 versus 20. Which one would be a better 20?
I think if one's going to be 18 and one's going to be 20, make strength the 20.
Okay. Dex starts at 18, strength starts at 18, wisdom starts at 13. Then what we can do is we still have the +2 from the race, right? So we know we want +1 in constitution. So I can put 1 in wisdom still together. And then I can put, say,
What is Constitution starting at?
constitution starts at 15. So I've already put 1 in wisdom. It makes sense to put another 1 in wisdom.
Yes.
So
And we could theoretically... Yeah.
So where would we put the other +1? What makes the most sense?
So you're saying +1 wisdom, +1 constitution. So that makes a 14 wisdom and a 16 constitution. I'll say this, for the purposes of your spell casting, your saving throws are going to be low if your wisdom is low, and your attack rolls are going to be low if your wisdom is low. So having wisdom at 16 would be helpful if we can get it that high. Because again, the odd numbers help nothing, unfortunately, when it comes to 5e, which is I still kind of have a problem with, but it is what it is. So unless it's at 16 and you get at least that +3,
And what's constitution?
So constitution is our AC, is where our AC is coming from. So constitution and dexterity together, it'd be, yeah. Again, this is unless we're just saying we're gonna give it the stats that we think it should have.
No, we're trying to make it. So dexterity is handling the AC though, right?
What's that?
Dexterity is handling the AC. That's the issue.
Dexterity and Constitution are the AC.
Okay.
So if
dexterity
we
and constitution-
want,
so if that's the case, then hold on. If that's the case, then what we can do.
Yeah, that's the closest thing to feeling.
What we care most about is we care more about dexterity than strength, right? Technically, in this build.
not necessarily. I honestly would be okay with both strength and dexterity being an 18 and wisdom being a 16. Because strength, again, adding that one strength to get it to level 20 wouldn't help you too much, but having an 18 in dexterity, I think if you leave strength at an 18, you can get constitution. Again, you might even be able to get 18 strength, 18 dexterity, 18 constitution, and that way your AC would be an 18. You would have a 16 in your wisdom, which would mean you'd have at least a +3 to all your spellcasting attacks, and you're going to have a high.
We wouldn't be able to have that many pluses though, because we have one ASI to deal with, which is 2 more, and then we have the initial 3 from race.
So
right now we have 2 in wisdom, 1 in constitution, so we have 2 more to deal with if we're going to still take the ASI. So again, it depends on if we don't need strength or dexterity at a 20, then we can either do.
So we're going to say 16.
Yeah, we're kind of limited. I mean, we're limited because of the stats that we chose
14.
to quote unquote roll, but I feel like that's kind of the problem, right? Like you can't give it guaranteed stats. So we're trying to be justifiable in a general build of rolling stats. What would you have to justify this?
I need to. What are the feats that we took?
Keen Mind, which gave us the +1 to intelligence and alert so far. Maybe we don't even need alert. It does make sense a lot for the build, but we may not need alert. If we ditch alert, we can take 2 ASIs and that solves all of our problems.
Yes.
So
yes.
maybe ditch alert. Looks nice.
It's cool.
Necessary.
Yeah.
So let's say that. So let's say we've done this. Okay, so let's do ASI and ASI. So we have this one, so you said that if we're going to spend 2 points on one, probably
Yes.
So strength plus will give us 20 strength. And then with 2 more, we can make wisdom 16 and constitution 7. So wisdom we can put.
Are we still talking about the racial bonus?
No, that's already. We already put 2 strength and 1 AS. Then we have the second AS.
So right now, what's our wisdom at? 15.
So we put 1 more in wisdom. That'll give us 16.
I will say. So we started off with the 18, our constitution, we got 1 there to get it to 16. And we used.
So again, we can, so here's the deal. We can either put 1 into wisdom to get that up to a 16, and then we can just dump the other one, or we go up to 20 dex and get a better AC. That's really what we're dealing with here is, does the 1 extra mod point in wisdom outdo the extra AC point? That's really what
I would
we're
say
talking
no.
about here.
I would say no.
I
would say no.
Because going from a 15 to a 16 in wisdom, what is that really helping us with?
It's helping us with our spellcasting attack rolls
Which we
and
have
our
very little.
Any
We're not a big scale pass. We're not huge on spell casting.
yes, but when you're doing your attack for your lightning breath, what are we using? What modifier are we using to see whether we hit or not? Oh,
I
it's a
think
saving throw. It's
yeah.
a saving throw.
So yeah,
but
I
what's
I think it's
Oh, it's constitution based, I think.
So I think so really wisdom doesn't help us that much more. Realistically,
So what brought
15
wisdom to a 15?
It started at 13 and we gave it the 2 for the racial ability. We gave wisdom 2 and constitution 1.
Can we not give wisdom 2? Can we give it?
Doesn't matter.
So if we
It doesn't matter where it goes. All of them are basically at that stage where 1 point doesn't matter anymore. So we have 2 points, whether we have 2 points or 3 points, it doesn't matter. Like they're all basically at that stage where 1 point. So let's say the final ASI goes to Dex 20. That will give us the best AC and it doesn't hurt our wisdom. Because again, like you said, if wisdom's really only happening with our spell casting, that's the least of our concern. Right? Boosting our spell casting is the least of our concern.
What was dexterity before was 18?
Is 18, it'll go to a 20.
What if we put it in constitution so it bumps our AC and our health?
We'll go from a 16 to an 18.
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So. Constitution.
We have an 18 total. So what would that make our AC with an 18 Dex and an 18 Constitution?
We would have an 18 because they're both +4 at 18, and so +4 equals 8, and then you add it onto your base of +10. So
Okay.
that would be an 18 total, which
An
is
18 AC is not terrible.
It's not terrible. It is decent.
For unarmed, for literally being naked and you can
Yes.
just feel like, come at me, bro.
Yes.
That's pretty dope. And again, it's not like someone couldn't cast magic armor or mage armor or something like,
Right.
So yeah, so that I think makes it now way, the AC was the problem.
So 20 strength, 18 constitution, 18 dexterity, 15 wisdom.
Oh, you went way in the wrong order.
I did.
20 strength, 18 dex, 12 intelligence, 15 wisdom, 18 constitution, 10 charisma.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's good. I think that works because now we've covered everything. We've covered Solomon because he has 15 wisdom, which is higher than the average. But the problem with wisdom is D&D doesn't use wisdom in roleplay as well as it should. Same thing with intelligence. in terms of
Agreed.
Memory. So realistically, having a 15 in wisdom, although it doesn't quite match what SHAZAM is in game logic, it does. Having a 15 in wisdom and a 12 in intelligence puts you above average. And realistically speaking, that's not really a game mechanic that they use. So we can overcome that. We finally got the Hercules, the strength at 20. So now we have the superhuman strength from Hercules. We have
What are the feats that we ended up taking? Is it just Keen Mind?
Keen Mind, just Keen Mind, which is perfect, right? The idea of perfect memory, perfect recall. You could, I would even say this, you could even justify alert as an alternative. Alert or Keen Mind. Keen Mind does allow for the perfect recall and the memory, which is more of why we wanted the wisdom. So that actually covers the wisdom side. If you wanted to go alert, you just make him more combat ready. Either one I think fits. Keen Mind I think fits more to SHAZAM. Alert is more of a D&D benefit.
Sure. 100%.
But then we have, so that was Solomon. We have Hercules, Atlas. Because he doesn't have to eat or sleep, that comes from the Damn Fear and the Monk. So both of those together will eventually get him to where he's self-sustainable. And the stamina is just multiple things. We
All
have the
kinds of
power
stuff.
of Zeus, right? So we have magical resistances, we have physical resistances, we have the lightning ability, we have lightning resistance, we have a breath weapon attack, we have
spellcasting.
Tempest Cleric, we have Storm Sorcerer. All of these things are boosting. When you
Healing.
attack with lightning, you get max damage. You can react to do lightning damage. You have resistance to lightning damage. You can fly. So that's all coming from the Zeus power. Courage of Achilles is basically, we were just talking about, I think it's more just how you
Saving
play
throws.
You get more saving
fear.
throws. Oh, it was undoing fear. You can undo the frightened condition automatically.
Yep.
Which goes for Achilles.
And it's weird. It's because it has invulnerability in there too.
It's invulnerable and resistant to the physical. Oh yeah, this is the invulnerability. So that's where the barbarian comes in, invulnerable to attack.
Yeah.
We get more and more invulnerabilities as we level up with Monk as well. We get the unarmored defense, unarmored movement. Unarmored movement comes from Mercury, right? We get the Mercury speed.
Oh,
so we
yeah.
get unarmored movement plus the Dampier gives us the bonus. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is SHAZAM in character form, in D&D character form. That is SHAZAM as a level 20. Age 30, Dragonborn, well, a Dampier with Dragonborn lineage, blue Dragonborn lineage. And at level 20, you'll get Boon of Magic Resistance at level 20, which will give you advantage in all saving throws against magic. you will max out at a speed of 30. That includes your flight and spider climb. You will max out at a speed of 60 on ground, 60 on flight, 60 spider climb, and that does mean by its very nature, you will have a natural swim speed of 30. So you will be just as fast as anything innate in the water and faster out of the water than anything. You will end up with if you can get these stats, if you can basically roll a base 18, a base 18 for strength and dex, an 11 for wisdom, intelligence, 13 for wisdom, 15 for constitution, and 10 for charisma, you'll end up with the strength of 20, intelligence of 12, wisdom of 15, and a constitution of 18. And with 14 levels in monk, 3 in barbarian, 2 in tempest cleric, and 1 in storm sorcerer, with the keen mind feat and 2 ASIs along the way, you basically have everything that is Shazam minus exactly being Shazam and in the transportation or in the transformation. That's holy shit, we did that. I think that's actually a really good concept build. And what I'm really interested now is once you build it in a character sheet, I'd love to see if we can play test it.
I would love that. I think that would be super cool.
Or just a little thing where we can put it in Avery or something and just run it and see how it feels. You know, put some weapons on it, actually figure out what this thing would feel like. I'm really curious what you guys think. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Let us know in chat. Let us know in the comments. Let us know in Discord what you guys thought about pop culture builds. I'm sure we could do it a lot better. I'm sure we can clean up this method of the whiteboard and all of that. I'm sure I could have done it better digitally, but we weren't really sure how we were going to do this. But I think this was very successful. It wasn't nearly as complicated as I thought. I think this is going to be really good, you know, with chat and you having so much, you know, easy access knowledge that you guys just remember most of this stuff. It was kind of easy to jump to what we needed. But I do think that we well defined out who Shazam was and what we wanted to do with it. I think we created a good base. And I think from level 1 to 20, now, again, we could have gone so far as to say how you would build this at what levels, but realistically speaking, that's just interpretive. You know what I mean? You could do all levels in monk first and then get the other ones. Like, it's interpretive of how you would want this character to build out.
This is a level 20 build. Like, you're building this at level 20. That's when this character comes online.
Because everything before that is you just figuring out how to get there. But we don't really need to worry about how you got there because, like, you know, you would probably be a monk until level 10 and then you'd start dabbling in everything else. You know what I mean? Because realistically, monk, you get the evasion at level 7, you get the lack of disease. I mean, really at 13th and 14th, you're getting your you get the dimensional soul, which is nice for your saving proficiencies.
The capstones, I think, like the ends, they're good, but you don't need them like out the jump. Like you could survive without them for a little while.
6th or 7th, add the barbarian next to be a fighter, and then later you'd probably add Tempest and Storm Sorcerer towards the end. Yeah, that's how I'm thinking about it. Is how it would go.
So honestly, I mean, the only thing I would say on that is it might feel more aesthetically accurate to have at least some lightning. Well, I mean, you have it in the race, so
and also if you did monk to level 5 and then maybe got Storm Sorcerer, so you can have the fly and the reaction and the fly with your magic. You get your magic early, you get your fly speed. Maybe I could see getting Tempest Cleric to get at first level Tempest Cleric to get the reaction with lightning, then go Barbarian for 3 levels, then come back to Tempest Cleric, then finish out on Monk.
Sure.
But like I said, there's a lot of ways to do it. We weren't really worried about how his story developed in D&D. I just wanted to see what this character build would look like in D&D, and I think we've done it. I think a 20th level Shazam is doable. You need 2 races. You need a Dampier with the Dragonborn lineage, and you need 4 classes. 14 levels in Monk, 3 in Barbarian, 2 in Tempest Cleric, and 1 in Storm Sorcerer. And then you can have Shazam.
Dude, I like it.
I think it's dope.
I think this is fairly representative of what we were looking to come up with today. So
God, can you imagine we do enough of these and then we do like a pop culture,
a little battle royale?
Let's do that. Let's do a couple of pop culture builds and then we'll do like a pop culture arena. Oh, you know what would be fantastic? Because Soul just said they wanted to play test this. I got an idea for you, Soul. Since you're the one who put Shazam out there, obviously we'll put the sheet out when Kage finishes it. But what I'm now thinking is once we get a handful of these pop culture builds done from different submitters, what if we did an arena style battle with like Avery, where all of the authors. Like, so Soul gave us Shazam.
So Soul gets to control Shazam.
And
Nice.
I will host and run a tournament style like arena D&D one shot.
Nice.
And the people who submitted these builds will get to run them in the campaign or in the one shot. So we'll be able to build this out. And if they like, so that would be interesting. So I think that might be it. I think we may end up just taking this, and if we do the one shot, you would be in control of Shazam.
That'd be very cool.
I kind of like this. This is cool. This is cool. This is really cool.
100%.
Oh, I gotta turn that on. But wow, let's see. We have made it 4.5 hours. So I think we are doing very, very well on our promise to make these longer and more involved. I'm really liking these guys. I hope you guys are really enjoying the community streams. I know this is only the second one. This one was maybe a little bit sloppier. I know we had a rough start because of the power outage. But all in all, I was very happy with this. This was not nearly... I was honestly very worried about having such a loose approach and not knowing exactly how we were going to do it. But I think the define, create, build method, the who, the what, the how, I really think that that's the idea, right? Like, who are we doing this with? What does it look like in D&D? And then how do we get there? And that's, I think, going to be the newest approach. So thank you all for joining us. I know that there's been some people popping in and out all day, but I do really appreciate everybody who joined, who chatted. Soul, thank you so much for the submission.
Thanks for being here for it too.
Yeah. Hecate, Aki, I saw Cosmic pop in. Hoylepa, I know they've already been out.
Lulspur was here for a second.
Lulspur was here. You know, Hecate, Evil Marksman, new chatter.
Yeah.
Glad to see you
Love
here.
it.
Hope you do follow. Hope you like it, and hope we'll see you again. But yeah, that's going to be it for us today. Thank you all so much for joining us. It was fantastic. Yeah, the Move Aside Multiverse is the ultimate crossover time. Yeah, there
Yes,
we go.
sir.
I love that. So yeah, I really hope you guys all enjoyed this. We are going to be taking off. We will be back tomorrow. Are you going to be here tomorrow?
I will be here tomorrow.
All right, so here tomorrow for a normal homebrew review. Do you know which item we have on the docket? But tomorrow will be a normal homebrew review, and then we'll be back again also on Friday with another deep dive. I didn't choose a topic last week, so I probably won't. I'll probably have to choose another topic this week. And hopefully by the end of the week, or even just in a couple of days, we will have this build, the Shazam build, out on a character sheet for all of you to check out.
Yes. Hopefully I can get it done before the end of tomorrow. That'd be cool if I can get it done before stream, but we'll see what happens.
And we'll probably make a new channel. When he's done, I'll probably have a new channel created so we can share stuff like that. It might just be in the community creation or the community channel.
And I did hear, so Hoylepa had mentioned something about having a pinning a blank character sheet for people to use if they want to like use one or something like that. So we can totally do something like that. I'm pretty sure.
All right. And then one real quick thing.
I will say the upcoming review for tomorrow is going to be Cosmic's build, the undead creature Gasha Dokoro.
Okay.
Yes.
It's Cosmic's big boss.
Yeah, that's right. Big
creature.
boss. Super ball.
All right. And before we go, Soul does have a quick question. Just wants to know what we think of these 3 that he just submitted for more pop culture builds. Beetlejuice,
Okay, let's hear it.
Ash Ketchum, and Generator Rex. So Beetlejuice, already I'm interested, but I feel like, I mean, obviously we'll do it. I just feel like Beetlejuice would be such a better NPC. You know what I mean? Just
he's a little bit more fantastical, yeah.
He's the best NPC that would just pop in and fuck with your campaign and leave. Like he's the NPC that doesn't ever do anything. He's just there to just be the distraction, but we'll try it. I don't know if it's going to be great, but we'll try it. Ash Ketchum, I think, would be a phenomenal character build.
I think it'd be
really interesting.
I think,
he doesn't
again,
have a lot of
Ash
abilities.
Ketchum, he's way, like, you would have to create a system for him to catch and release and use these creatures.
I mean,
and, like,
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster, you get one thing.
That's true. Summoner. Actually, it could be a summoner because you could just...
The only real summoners we have are like necromancers. Other than that, you're like, unless you're gonna reflavor the
like
conjure woodland beings or like anything like that, like because they're all just using spells. When they're summoning stuff, it's not actually
he's also super, he doesn't have his own abilities either, so it's almost like we'd have to make a level 5 version of whatever he can do and then extrapolate from there. Maybe he's even a level 3 because he's real. Again, we'd have to almost create a subclass for him. So that might be one of the ones we'd have to create a subclass
Exactly.
for.
That's kind of what that feels like. But I mean, again, I'm very much not opposed to it. I would love to see what that looks like.
And Generator Rex. I actually had to look this up because I had no idea what.
Yeah,
this
I'm
was.
not 100%.
It was a TV show. It looks like some dude that can. Is he like robot? Based on the pictures alone, it's giving me like a young Apocalypse vibe where he can turn his body into whatever he needs mechanically. Like based on what all these pictures, it's just his body in different like forms and different weapons.
Interesting.
He's like nano, like almost he's made out of Iron Man's nano suit. Like it can just do stuff.
It almost feels like Green Lantern's ring, but with your body.
And that's why I say like Apocalypse, because like Apocalypse from X-Men, he was basically able to transform his body into almost anything. Like
really? Okay.
Perfect transformation. So that would be interesting. Again, would be difficult, but then basically anything with polymorph, you know what I mean? Give it a shape-shifting or polymorph.
To be honest, I think Hecate got close with his Mercurial.
Yeah,
like
there's also like if you want to go back into old school psionics, because then you can. I mean, you have graft weapon, you have the psionics where you can do body weapon.
Yeah.
So there's definitely ways to do it. I just would have to look more into the lore. But yeah, Beetlejuice I think would be the easiest out of the three, though. I feel
I'm
like
curious what his powers actually be, and especially because Lightweight feels like he's a demon because you can summon him.
True, but he's more like his powers represent more of an illusionist, because typically at the end of the day he doesn't really do anything to people. He just really messes with you. So a lot of his stuff is illusionary, but he is also like a trickster demon. You can make deals with them, you can summon him.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I think demon is a race that you can play, so we might be able to work that in. Okay. Let's see. What are some other ones? So Shazam was actually not only Soul's first submission, but it was actually the very first submission in the thing. Which
was it?
Not only was it the first one, but it was also just the best one in my opinion to start from.
You could do so much, and I think we did a great job. So that's very cool. I appreciate that.
But here's some other ones that we got, just to kind of give you guys an idea of what we have to work with. Some other submissions you guys can give. We have Ben 10. Ed, and Eddie would be really interesting. That one we'd have to do a lot of homebrewing and extrapolate. But an Ed, and Eddie situation, like a party, would be kind of interesting.
It's so wild because I feel like that there's a lot of cartoon logic that exists in there, kind of like you would have for like Wile E. Coyote or something like that.
Alucard from Castlevania.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun.
Dwight from The Office.
Interesting.
I'm definitely thinking Dwight's like.
I could do like a beet farmer.
I don't know. I'm thinking like I'm actually trying to like really like think about what Dwight could be, and I'm thinking like warlock, maybe sorcerer, because like, you know, he's constantly living in his own world. He constantly makes up his own rules. He constantly like decides how things are, and then his powers are basically kind of like jack of all trades ish, because he kind of knows everything. Like he knows a little bit about everything, but never really knows anything.
See, that's kind of why I'm thinking almost like a bard, because he doesn't like
necessarily he's more knowledgeable than he is.
Yeah,
actually, he doesn't do anything
exactly. But he knows a lot of stuff. He talks his ways.
He casts vicious mockery like all the time, or at least he thinks he does.
Well, I think Jim casts a lot more vicious mockery. Like he's oh my god.
Okay, no, so Dwight's probably a bard.
Okay.
The Lich King from World of Warcraft. That's a big one. That would be some interesting.
I'm not as familiar with the World of Warcraft lore. I did watch the movie semi recently, so I don't know if that's like the horde side, or if it's
it's kind of it's just the Lich of the Kingdom. Gambit from X-Men would be really interesting to try to figure out how that works.
So
like how their power actually
I will
activates.
say I have a player who found a race, a class somewhere, and the class is literally called Cardslinger.
Oh, okay,
and
cool.
it's actually kind of cool.
Okay, so we might be able to do our own.
It might be interesting to see if we could look into something like that, but I would also be interested to see if we could find another way to present that.
Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. That'd be an interesting creature to create.
Yep.
Instead of a player character, but like a creature.
I feel like you might be able to reasonably say he's a goblin.
Oh, okay, fair point.
Reasonably,
fair point. It could be a
right?
Could be that or a pet. Like that could be like your familiar.
Familiar, yeah. Okay.
I'm not familiar with this one. Baki from the anime. I'm assuming
Oh
Baki is an anime.
yes.
I'm not
Oh
familiar
my
with
gosh. Yes, that's a very fighting anime. Like it's
Here's
brutal.
gonna be one for you when you finally fucking finish it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Samurai Jack.
So I kid you not, I have certain pop culture references that I am basing a lot of my subclasses on, and Samurai Jack is one of them.
Okay, because you have a samurai subclass that I'm waiting for, so
it's yes.
so those are just a handful of the submissions that we've gotten for the pop culture builds. If you guys want to do that, that is in the community ideas channel. And then there is a bunch of threads in there for just different ideas that we're asking from you guys. So go into the community ideas channel, check that out. Again, Discord link is in chat right now. I need to make a pop culture channel all in and of its own, or the community streams channel. And then we'll make a place where we can pop in. Yeah.
Send them all, soul. Send them all.
Everything. Send them. What is this? Lineage Reborn. What is the Lineage Reborn? Oh, you said that forever ago. I didn't even see that. My bad, Hecate. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to look at this a little bit later. But yeah, okay, so cool. So yeah, we are gonna be here for tomorrow for Cosmic's Big Baddie.
That's right.
And then we'll be back on Friday again. And then we hopefully by end of next week, so before November, I will have a new poll posted for November's extra stream, what you guys want to see. And then obviously starting on the 1st, we will restart. So not this Friday, but the following Friday, this coming Friday, but a week from this coming Friday, we'll reset the community stream for December if we feel like we can manage it. And then we will let you guys work on that. But otherwise, over 4.5 hours, almost 5. We did it, y'all. We made Shazam in 20 levels. And not just like a, you know, partial like it is not a 1-to-1, but it's not just a hint or a, you know, homage. That is basically Shazam minus the lore, minus the transformation, minus the wizard, minus the god power. That is Shazam in D&D format, and I'm happy with it. That's what we want to do here. We don't want to make, because it would be too easy for us to just be like, okay, he can do this, he can do that. Like, that's not fun. This was fun. Being able to really pick apart and go, how could a reasonable person, what would they have to roll for their stats, and what would they have to choose? Because really the hardest part about getting this is those stats. If you can get your stats, if you can get 2 18s and a 15, you can have this class. Well, it's 2 18s, a 15, and a 13. Those are what you really need. The intelligence and the charisma could both be under 10 and it wouldn't matter. The strength, even, you don't need an 18. You really just need the 18 dex, somewhere around a 15 wisdom, and somewhere around a 16
I remember we had 1 point to play with in wisdom. We have technically a 15 in wisdom where it's not really giving us a whole lot with it. So there's a little bit of play.
If you had a dexterity of 17 instead, you could have moved. And
you love that with the damn pure race, you can choose 1 in each or 2 in one and 1 in the other. So you have a little bit of flexibility with the spread as well.
Yeah, and then the 2 ASIs, I think, you know, it sucks losing all of the feats, but with all of the stuff that this got, I didn't feel like the feats were going to make us that much more. 2 ASIs is what got us there. But the Keen Mind, like I said, Alert's an alternative, but Keen Mind was really like perfect for this build. I'm super excited to do this again. I cannot wait to keep doing this. This was just a lot of fun. If I will say this, if we ever like permanently increase the stream amount, like if we ever permanently add an extra stream every month or every other week,
this would be a cool one to do.
Might be the permanent like fixture outside of homebrew and the deep dives. This is that fun. I mean,
even if we just added like a personal special stream a month, even if it's not like a weekly thing, if it was
that's
just
like if we just ever add a permanent one that's always going to be scheduled, it might be like doing pop culture builds, because we have an endless supply.
Now, what would you think about a pop culture build of somebody like Bruce Lee?
Why not?
I mean, I agree, but in my mind, I'm thinking obviously it's just going to be all monk, right? But
monk bard, actually.
Interesting.
He was very influential, and he was the one that made his own, right? He wasn't just one that followed, he made his own martial art.
Sure.
That tells me that's very much more bardish. Because he
but
knew
again, we're thinking
knew the lore, he knew the stories, he knew how to dig at people. He was a walking visual mockery. He was I would also say that Muhammad Ali was part bard. 100% Muhammad Ali was part bard. With the way that he would talk to people and get inside your head, and the way that he would use his words, and just his charisma out of battle, like out of combat. his way to work
I will
with
say
the
that.
fans,
Yep.
like
That's
these are
huge.
fighters, these are absolute fighters that in the real world I would say are multi-classing in Bard, even just by a couple levels. And if between those two, Muhammad Ali has more Bard than Bruce Lee.
I would agree with that.
Definitely
I would agree with
100%.
But honestly, I would probably say that Bruce Lee is a higher level than Muhammad Ali. Honestly, I would. With the amount of different styles of martial arts that he's trained in his entire life, in order for him to come together and put that together.
Yeah.
Now, Muhammad Ali is incredibly skilled and he's incredibly strong. But again, when I think of the knowledge set that Bruce Lee has at his advantage,
A couple level, yeah, I could see him being a couple
you
levels
know,
ahead.
not like huge,
Because again,
but like,
when you're looking at it from D&D, like again, when we looked at this, some things don't translate perfectly, right?
Of course,
like
of course.
Muhammad Ali being primarily a boxer, Bruce Lee being a multiple martial artist in the real world matters way more than in D&D. In D&D, those two types of characters wouldn't necessarily be that drastically, like saying that you have multiple martial arts in D&D versus someone who's only specialized in one.
I'm thinking
doesn't
literally
quite change.
experience
No,
wise.
I know. I'm just talking about, but experience, yes, in the real world, but in the context of D&D, that doesn't say much.
No, what I mean is, I'm thinking theoretically in the context of D&D, experience wise, I think the reason why, like, if I were to put in my head those two up against each other in a battle, I genuinely think it wouldn't be super close.
I think it would though. Well, I mean, this is getting into pedantics because again, D&D versus real life, right? Like the fighting styles alone are. We could discuss just the fighting styles, but again, from a D&D point of view, I think mechanically speaking, they're closer. Maybe there's a few levels difference, but I think because again, from a D&D XP point of view, Muhammad Ali has a much higher chance of having gained more XP at a fast. Like his fights would have gained him more XP per fight, whereas Bruce Lee has trained and adventured more. Bruce Lee has put, or Muhammad Ali has put in the I took down the best, the biggest. So yes, I could see arguments to a
I can see
few
that.
levels, but I wouldn't say it's like level 10 to level 20. I'm
Very
thinking
much
more
so.
like level 18 to level 15. Like you may have had more.
That's a lot closer to what I'm talking
Yeah,
about. Very
because,
much so.
Like I see where you're saying, but
I still
again,
think there would be
when
a
it-
chance for Muhammad Ali
but
to
when-
be a successor, but
I think in
think it would-
reality is D&D, they have probably an equal chance in a D&D style fight. In the real world, Bruce Lee probably has the upper hand because he has so much more understanding of how to get around his Muhammad Ali's attacks, right? Muhammad Ali is basically a one-trick pony. He knows how to box. But when you have an MMA fighter step into a boxing ring, the game is changed. When you can have Muhammad Ali go after your legs, when he can move faster, when he can dive and get out of the way, when he can grapple you, Muhammad Ali just has no chance at fighting those things. So in the real world, if it were just your style against your style, as long as he never contacted Bruce Lee, it would probably be a one-sided fight until there's mid contact. Because 2-3 hits is all it would probably take for Bruce Lee to like start getting dazed.
for sure.
So
sure.
So in the real world, I think Bruce Lee has the advantage, but in a D&D, again, how combat works in D&D,
and that's what
and
yes.
how their powers and abilities relate, it would be a very close battle.
And
in
that's
D&D.
why the mindset for me is like that gap is made up in level and strength to a certain extent. Level
Exactly.
like
Well, and you could also say that just because Muhammad Ali would have a 14th level compared to Bruce Lee's 18th, doesn't mean that his raw stats aren't higher.
and
he can
I
still
do agree
have
with that.
hard
I
raw
think that a lot of
stats.
those comparable.
But the ability to say I have more levels, like I have more fury of blows, I have more feats.
I think
is the key
Bruce Lee would
difference.
probably have like a higher to hit, but I still think that the amount of damage that would be done would
Muhammad
be
Ali
higher.
would have the damage,
Yep.
and maybe the extra attack, but not the fury of blows, not the speed, not the maneuver. Yeah,
not the patient defense.
and that's why I say in D&D it would be closer because those mechanics play well against each other, but there's not just because you're faster doesn't guarantee you won the fight.
Sure,
but
sure.
in the real world,
Very much so.
it's basically saying, Muhammad, if you don't hit him soon, just quit. You know what I mean? It's like, if you don't hit Bruce right out the gate, you're probably just going to wind yourself whiffing all day long, right? Like, interesting. That's why,
Yeah.
okay, pop culture build arena is going to have to be a thing. I am so excited
got
about
you,
this.
bro.
What happened here? One of thought Grimlock from the Transformers. Any of the Transformers would be hard though. You know what I mean? Like again, to truly represent, because their powers are mostly in their forms, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of them have, there's some, variances. Like if you're a sports car, you're the faster of all of them, right? Like if you're a plane, you can fly, but not all of them really have comparable abilities.
I know this would be a little homebrewy, but imagine Transformers or druids. Like again, I know, but like lightweight. The concept of
I get you. I'd be more of a shapeshifter though. It would just be more general shapeshifter. But I guess because you only have one form, so druid, it makes sense.
Yeah,
it's a little bit okay.
It could be interesting.
Hecate wants us to look at his most recent submissions, and then we're gonna cut it short. Popeye absolutely would love that. I think Popeye is definitely
okay.
So Popeye is the OG barbarian. By the way, I'm just gonna put that out there. Popeye is 100% the OG barbarian. Because when it's go time, you pop that spinach, boom. It's quite literally his moment is eating spinach. His muscles get bigger. He gets more aggressive. He literally blows smoke and then just goes and wrecks a dude. He's an OG barbarian. That's all I'm saying. Like
that's kind of fire.
The representation of going rage is just him having a snack, right? Like. You know what I have never seen before, but what I would love to see in game is someone be like, when I rage, it's because I drink. So they always have like Letterkenny. If you've all seen Letterkenny, right before he has a drink, he like takes a cigarette, tosses it out, grabs the bottle, chugs it, and then gives the bottle back. Imagine that's what this rage is, right? It's just like, oh, it's time. Chug. Okay, let's fight. So
I mean, they theoretically have a drunken master monk, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. Popeye definitely going to be a barbarian, maybe barbarian monk. Bugs Bunny has to be bard. Bugs Bunny has to be bard, and I'm thinking even sorcerer because he does have illusion. He can do illusions. He is 100% an illusionary sorcerer.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Oh, here it is. No, it is a rogue bard sorcerer, or is it a bard rogue sorcerer?
I mean,
sorcerer lasts for the because he does have illusionary stuff and it's more innate.
But even bards can do a lot of illusionary stuff. Theoretically,
I'm thinking about more the innate. Bugs Bunny is definitely innate magic
for sure.
Learned. So I feel like sorcerer to justify the innate, the bard because of who he is and just his nature, and I'm definitely thinking a rogue just because he gets out of situations more than he gets into them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
So, damn, that's cool. Oh, Peter Pan. Ooh. That could be a really interesting one to do.
See, so here's the deal. I really like what we're doing because y'all are just cheating for me because I have the Cineverse, right? And so I need builds for a lot of these characters anyway. So if we're building it, like, why not just freaking steal all the stuff that we build. This stuff? It's beautiful.
I'm excited. Yeah, I it's unfortunate because I know that we're not going to be able to do this all the time, but it's like it's such a great idea that I have a feeling that every time we do a community stream, this is what's people are going to choose. I'm like, I do have others I want to do though. But
remember, you put up the list. You don't have to put it on there all the time.
And that's it. I do want to like swap. I don't want to always have all of them listed because I do want to like switch them out. So yeah, guys, I am so guys. I really hope that you guys had a fun time. This was so much fun. I'm just looking at this is insane to me that we did this all in just a couple hours. We built a whole ass player character out of an icon in just 4 hours. That's fantastic. 5 hours. That's okay. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here before it gets too late. We have had food waiting for us for like 4.5 hours at this point. So we're gonna go eat. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow for Cosmics Big Bad. We'll be back on Friday again, streaming as usual. I hope you guys all have a great and wonderful night tonight. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I hope your week ahead of you is great. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Yes, indeed.
Again, thank you guys all so much. This has been fantastic. Keep the ideas coming, guys. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.